Wabotao, Edonewa, Edonewa ire, Wabi Negekai, Wabi Daniho. Egebe se Maya Dugie, Ibota, Ibotana, Okbe no giswe, na ya bwedo ade, or giswe, na ya sie mokoko, na ya sie bekoko, ayayewa otane, Besori my duatoka mama, and my dear no kwa aga webo, na yaga heavy na hiae, in a ya in or Ibota, Ota mai, Ota, Anyowa, Venu Kisema Moe, Venu Yani Kereni Ade, Umoe Ade, Otano. Ota ni Mariari la Dare, no, Kay, no, you know, Zuma Lele, Utedo, is so when ye see no, is so when ye dano, or where, or Heke, no, you boy you to, or a bo. Nana me where be no domana he. Is so very a serio where, Ote Brefu, or doing there where, or a wardo near me. Is so where, or Makeke Kaka. On azema na mwela dia na ya wibude yo na domiki na he imi no keke iyima na ogume gwan ime na okere ma we iyima an atu ni no gba yima eho usioma orewa iyima boke yan domo no wa talk be meto me na owo mu no de na o ile ohen pastor Kabari erima no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona zenara we nigade nido imudiane even magwa kamili kataba o iwe owa no kubo ekunoro wodo bino do manae okedi uto odomae okedi befu odomae ni mayiwa hon kike na ni anoye mawe na mwe na lade na diai okeyiwe okuna bowa oboyfune owa ni ara aye oye wo wani maye no mayi fun ya gbese ana na gwa lo wo be okuna ke lae ona do mi o wa ni ebo eri amoye o mi o wa ni ebo ona ya ha modo we mi o wa pa ni kawada bo na do la o odo na rigo ni ana ya asa ana la wani ogbupe ha gbupe nebo ya su pise mi no do mana he wi go ni asa epo go kiyen ojo ori ado wa ni o ni ri de o to kun mi o wu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri o to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye wa na we ari wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata o wa na nu we ye na o bukhana no ri awa no bena na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wa na owo hin ga asana ni epo agba ya lelere ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo uru no zedo iyima e ma when we retire na egbe we de wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no emi
dano go you talk o ma tamoda fun ofo ometin bioto ometin bowa so pa ona ga ofo no robodo go mana tamoda fun unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobo anu pogeva owofu o pe odion ugbe yen ro bodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to o gu tamuda fun o ge o ri ko o mana kwe we be ri uzo se yo we utama dogo na o pe no ne no piesi Yohia suwe ya gwaluto.
Dona ga okbesi.
Dona ga okbesi.
Hem.
Yohia suwe ya gwaluto. Yohia mudia buwe buwani. Sukma nuwe ya yoto nu ya buwa beno da fomae. Oga hon ege no didi ya hon. Okpani mana kwe gui egboe tiya gui. Ekwe kiari eriya.
Wese.
Domosa.
Yari notari. Unda doya ekbita we okbe amenye okugbe. Sukme na nye ise ini aji. Ege na ni utene na na ladia. Meke wi nota no buma kido mo ladia me beti ugena oge ibota. So we mu du nyi wodo nori ayuwa. E ma tagile no we odeso. Omo nyile no anyi. Iyabo ameru wajire na miewe ona roge no baroge. Megide nota serio. Ala de doka we okpana ya ugi ma we ini ene bo wania. Otomera ile ya ga hune 100 by 100 no. Yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho. Yena ireti ewe yena de ana go kere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yena go ni ana ya so gbe ona we gele la wo wa minu na re no wina so pa gbeso ya gbuzole ha gbozole va gbeso pede ano ya moho yi ute oga rodo oga ire o ma gi egun na le kalubi ya o ogo na wo ri sege yena ana go kere ni eri oto ni eso ya ye makazi oni yena de go la de yena go gi ma ya so na ya gbori yo otonare munu eri ma wa are erowi dana ona we ni eri yena di 800,000 yena di na ana ya gbolu yere gada we yena wo ye so egbena ogena ya mweken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kan ha ake ogbe ke ba temu ana di woma yena di get 12 trip yena di ne owo ri mo ayo yegi sira na 12 yere no wana nyege ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ere tipa enonya egbe mara enonya tipa re rebu orere lukune ere wa tata amagini amagori be moyo enowa no mu yini akeka ofunoro ha pe ana ogura ori ke isi ezo ni na wa wo be rigoro ori ere e mo na wa ga te mele mo na ga la university na ze ge woni yoto owo ezeyin eye zeyo oguna na wi na ya zediyo ina agwa luto kereri ni awe mudari ke wa mune ogwa adiyo unda ye na doja oye ya se gbe mi na re wo wa owe ge zeyo yo pa azige da yo pa wona oye na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri uto ni ebo unda se so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo boni de lele ebe eri o owo ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa bu ewe e ma tagile na la gele ni opi adebu no ma zi agbo mo ko na mi ewe ehwo mu di ake weni egere iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma o negbe egbo we do bi bude we ari ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kinia
wa we si pie so waro no ji ku onyi re igbe na tana o pia no ma mu igbagbon we ma bo mageno okono metin guwebo dia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oku awa mwigo ni awe da fome ya gun eri oto ni oku ni mi emi to emigo ora wa gun owe iyan ta wana
eyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wana
ya gele no
ige ba eze ige isuku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de ye mo kun egbopo we ri oyen na gbe gbobo ehin agwa akun amuno pe ani tokin azi onegbe egbopo we ri o mo bobo wa le o le ndu ni wo pe ani ndaga yen go me 1 naira o mi oga go me sele o mi o ma na ri ene okwo gidi so ne gbe mi we ni okwo ni gesunu de ye ope ani yin kun igo gunye odobo wale ete onyin me no gba so kpan unyimi kpia ni bun osie ni ho ni bun na we gbe irerio
wesi edunowo me wa ho ni yima na ya na ege yima okpoko atu an emata no owe emi osiri oke kedi ma ebute ewu mana we oko egwo ma dioma giagba muso giagba ma oko kini ni bino wa kai owe debaizis iyo agbon nagba ma ibino wa na ati help meet giako ko we na sira oko kin okbiara zuru mama agbon oko ri obo bai unda emi oko na ro pa ho oke ri ege no time owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima esi wan owe ovan mo ma o se wa ogu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke iga wi yo bonu e ma ta no emi no samo bazun da eri oku olopia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gizeyo ohoni eso me ara sigo wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi egbe emonye so ba ke sukure abawo ni arigo na ye igbo ko neria uda gi me sano je oge kan amunene okuda munobo oso amogie ne nebo ye gi de gbo ko di ememo emoni gi de gbo ko bi ya na rabu wa egba aberio baga gele gbode na temata eduno pebu no da be ni mata ba eni osiri no ko na zo de no da o ke mi ha wo pe a o ni makari o kan do alu pe ani o makari o kan do awu tabo se ba eye o mu eni gbe odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je o ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi o gi agba mu wa no ya go pe ani mo wa okpe no ma mu egbe ni makata se we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku me kiama okwo mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vi o mo we yo ule ke ni na la wo na epopo me ko fo me osobo ke ye ni zio owe ta ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me lo de we adebodi uhu wo bera agwana mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we omego ya muna wa iwe no ya buwa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi obuwa ni na okpa ni obo emi okpa ni aro me de mi okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugie ibota na mi we okpa ni na yari okwo ni na ri oto ona ri go no okpa ni no ri oto okpa ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe ni eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi na adofie ne yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewebo ogwo ni kewu o ma ebo pe ni yari ogwa ni oto ni kiene o ma ari wu ope ni ne mo ogwo be no ka bi ene ana wo ma na ya mo yo bi jia yo yi se ba agbolu yo ne yi baba ma so to bi je ma mi yi ma ri e be ba ni ne na wo wi agboto na we do to no ki yi wo ka mu wa ye do to ogwo ni le mortuary aya ki yo na o to bi yan mo bo e de nu ya gbe gba re ni o na ni na mo gba lo to e ma e ani gwa lo to ma no gbolu yo oni we ri ya o ri eni e o ru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbebo nyawu ite ya mo era ri o ko no ri wo ya do to we na wa egun e do to wu da o no mo gberi o to na wa e wu da o ne boti e submissiveness o mo gberi o to no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene le kesi emi keni no me ona we awa rege eri mo ese gume do si o ni ha e ti ya lo e we bi we ugbo edo to o ni gele o we ye mo to keke yi ni ha o ni de o to ho ni we na ya ri o to na ri kiye una ya mu mo ho una ya danyo o ni wu ni ha mu da we o no pa bi ene amari go na mo ye wa ni amami o to mo ana ya mo yite egbe eri o iho na egbinye eri o owo aya yiwe iho ya iye bi no ka gbe na gwa kara
ipe so wa gele ro nu nyimi yan eso waga odazoe odazowa
eva mia oye mogwa abi me no me eva kubea
eso wa me eva
adazo obe amogwa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no kekenu okugaru jina no odazoe no be odazowa no odazoe ne odazowa yen we no keke wa we enu ni me odafe no nyawa enu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberire ogwe no pia we wa ku omo bujuwe egbomo beri onado nwaru uji no keke ekin aro se era meno sokpan uji no keke ekin aro se ne egbope arerio dogu umego omona no egori uri enebe no mese okwu eberi ebai okwu awoko na kokoko mo hiere no ro odigbagbe fere
wese ondage yimo boro ba ya un tabu wa okpi abo wa un ta wa
okpi ahun ta
bo okpi
o salobo aya ji
no dai gan geni e mo ya un ta inina be iwe ni no keke na lo wa opo ya un ta
beno salobo aya ji okpia ona ka ji okpia ke ju okwo ototo okpia oji unda okwo akaji okpia o salobo akaji okpia ohun ta okpia o be kan mo ko we iwe mewe do meme ogwo okpia keke no ko ojo okwo okpia ojo okwo
we so wa to pe ma me obonu we lari na re ye na me we adosin kana o ika abo bi tagbe me ni ku eso no ya wo ku ogbere no ku
onye me no gba
what is it only the ma we no wo bi okpia
ejebe ọkàn okpia si bugwe no ku adiowa okpia eke no riri akin oge otema ne kuina ana mo bogwe okpia ebebwebo okwo na buwa okpia sijo
okay agwa wo ko bo wa pe asiyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo bodo era mi okodo nya wa ni
o uji ari enegbe opo na mu gbe ekun soto ona anu ji no da fun opia ni obe egbe to po ni ri uji ni ege egbin ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie nda okwo vie beno pe agwale uji bebo obopo eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji anwe mama no se bo bodo
wese
bana kuku gbe ome orien so onwo
wese edunogo me wa he ni yi magwan we ma ya na de si we ohu no wo sokbia emi agwa sukma okeke we emi no kbia maseti ohu lori iwara we agbari yi megbe unda ana mi wo kbia we hin erebo na ri yu bonu ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbo we ya fe momo wana imi wo ko ri wa ori egbe ye bonu nu ipe so itegbe ni ogun atu agbe ogun eri ogun lala ogun ejo wa ni ogun ejo wo ogun ido bo wa ye si lele ogba wa wa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya enu we na ga o pe ano he ni gbo salobo no gbo ni gbe wa mi we ogun ni no da no ya to bo ga bo wa ni wo mu ko da o so pa edo no pe o ma mu pa bu rege ma be no tabo eni ze no yo ko to boye inu yin le we ri o be no na mu e pe o ne odo ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn gbòòrò rí ọ ta máa wáyé ọtọ bọ̀ ẹ láyé láwọn ọmọdún yẹn kìnnà náà rí òtọ̀ náà gbá wà gòdẹ́mà mẹ́ ẹ gòdẹ́mà ẹ ìgbà wo de wẹ́yẹ̀ wọ́n wá máa ọ̀wọ́ wá máa ma agbèrè wúgbó kéde orí ẹyẹ wọ́n mi òkú ẹsẹ̀ tó wà bìbì pa ìnáná mi wẹ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ̀ mọ̀ wẹ òun mọ̀ wẹ ọwọ́ àgbà ẹ̀rọ ni màgì bọ́ òkú ó ní ìdárọ̀ ọ̀bẹ de wọ́n wẹ̀ kọ́ ọ́nà wọ́n gbé kọ́ dà ẹ̀ẹ́gbẹ̀ òkú wẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀kí sọpánà ìní ẹ̀ wẹ́ ìrì ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbákín òkú ẹsẹ̀ ti gbàgbọ́ wọn mi ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrá yóò tọ̀bi wọ́n bí ọ̀sùn ẹ̀rá bọ́ ọgbólù ọba àwọn èèyàn ọdún bó wa ní ọbẹ̀ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà àárẹ̀ tí máa ní kẹ́kẹ́ gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà bẹ̀ ògẹ́ mánàrà ń tàm mánàwé náà bẹ̀ mú ẹ̀làdà mọ́ ọ̀rẹ́ dùn èmi èsì náà sọpẹ́ náà kọ́ ọ̀dọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wẹ̀ òhà náà táyì wẹ̀ òkú oníri bọ́ ọ̀rí sè wà ní ara ayé anáwó ní agbálùwà ìyẹn náà yà agbálùwà wó bọ̀ èmi yẹn ọ̀nà àgàmà dàfọ́ èmi wà náà o dàfọ́ kéèrè wó làdí àná yà á sa àná yà rẹ́ni yàrá páàkì àdé owó òhun ni ìkpó nẹ ní ayé àrò wa ni ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ máa yẹ wẹ ọ̀wùhán ọ̀nyà wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tìkà náà wọ́n mí ẹ̀ ihó ni ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ ọ̀dìgbò ní kẹ́tìkà kẹ́tìkà ẹ̀dẹ̀ ní màdá ẹ̀ màwá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé yàrá ẹ̀ wẹ èmèrè ọ̀ma kẹ́kẹ́ èmi dá ẹ̀rọ àni òhun ní ilé ẹ̀ gbé wọ́n àdébọ̀ bò wá wà kí á páàkì yàrá dé lálọ́ọ̀dì náírà yé nọ kpokpo wa kaba wa wo ko ite bo wa ye fọkpa nda unyi na enwe we ma mo gbe tene ute tene re ma ti egbe we yi ne ni ata adafo na ewo ya anyu ha mu na sko ko na bu gbo oye kere ite tama na wo ni tiwa ni tamu wa we ke no jere ni ara kere de ri ori no we okewe ya wa ba mi ku ni ne we no ri je na wo ma ni do tamu wa yẹn náà yíyé náà ni àyè màmí èyí náà gbà náà rẹ ní àríwá ẹ̀pá ni etí wọ́n máa nọ àwa abẹ́ tẹ́lu wẹ́ tiẹ̀ ní ètè ní pé abẹ́ tún wẹ̀ yíyá sẹ̀ tí mọ̀ ẹ̀yìn kọ́ ló tọ́ wẹ̀ lárí òkú náà máa wẹ̀ ní dà ònyí ni wọ́n yá èrè ìnáwó náà sọpá ọmọ amọ̀ ẹlẹ́ ní ọ̀yìn tiẹ̀ wẹ̀ ní wà á kíá ẹ̀pá ọ̀fì ebe yà náà dó tọ̀ bí ọmọ náà wá ẹ̀dá rẹ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ kí mẹ́kẹ̀ mọ́ni ni ọgbẹ́ mayaki ó jáde máa eré ayá ọ̀pọ̀lọgbẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ tó kúwẹ́ kẹ́wẹ́ gbẹ̀rẹ̀ rí ọ gí a máa rọ̀ wẹ́ ká yí ó làdìá òrìè ní lọ́pìá lọ́wọ́ yóò bọ́ ni wẹ́ nígbó náà gbọ́lọ́dẹ bá náà yà dótọ̀ ó yèrè gí a máa ní arọ ọwọ́ magé lè dẹ́ ọ̀rí lè dẹ́ ó náà lè rí ó làdìá wẹ́ gí ayá àgbólù gíàmánì arọ wo òpìárí magele gbólù gbogbo ẹni rí dá yìí wẹ́ẹ̀bẹ̀ máa ń lèlè dẹ́nà kó dẹ́nà kéka wágẹ̀ẹ́ ìlọ́bọ̀ ìyàn ìyẹ́rẹ̀ náà yẹ ayé ìrẹ́ gbé ẹsọ́ rẹ̀ kọ́tù wáyé kọ́kà ẹ̀wẹ̀ ìyàwó ọ̀rọ̀ ànàkí ẹgbẹ́ náà bọ̀ bàdí àdínà ká mi mástá ẹ̀rí wọn náà wá dúró kí ẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ọ̀gbẹ́ ìyàwó ọ̀rọ̀ ànàkí nìyà wẹ́ẹ̀ kìnnìún máa kún ayé ẹ̀hún náà dá ẹ̀dá wà rí wẹ́ẹ̀ yà kẹ́wẹ̀ ọ̀nà wọ́n yẹn ọ̀nà ebi máa olùwẹ̀ o ọ̀nà yẹ asẹ̀ o sábà bá lọ la ọ̀ ń da ẹni ni màá mú làdìẹ náà ọ̀kẹ́ kàkà bọ́ isi oko òtẹ́ dówẹ́ òhòbò wa lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ á wú àwọn òhòbò wa sọ̀pọ̀ wẹ́ẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀rù náà gbogbo ẹ̀yà gbòòrò olókùnrin ẹ̀yìn nà tàmà ẹ̀ igi gbogbo ẹ̀nà ayá rí òtọ́ tàmà ẹ̀ igi gbogbo ẹ̀nà ayá gbólú ọ̀gbìn ẹ̀ mọ̀ bọ̀bọ̀ gbẹ̀gá yìí ní ènìyàn sọ́sẹ́wẹ́ ìtàmà ẹ̀ wọ́n ní ènìyàn sọ́sẹ́wẹ́ ìgbàbà ìtì ẹ̀yìn wàá ní ìyá sọ sẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀yin náà tó bọ̀ mẹ́ bìbí akẹ́yàgbọ́ alótọ́rì etí mà wà láwọ́ ijó bọ̀ ẹ̀yà abíjí máa yí wà gẹ́gẹ́ bọ̀ kàn án mẹ́gbó sẹ́wẹ́ wẹ̀ dé báyé nínú ẹgbọ̀fẹ́ yé wẹ̀ káàbọ̀ ọ̀họ́ wẹ̀ ó dé náà ń yí náà kó àná wẹ̀ ènìwẹ̀ náà àmẹ̀mọ́ ẹ̀ ìyá ó yẹ kó àná lẹ́ni mẹ́jẹ̀dẹ̀ náà ọ̀wùkàmẹ́ náà di mọ́tò mú mẹ́tí wàá fi o àwọn àdùpànà ọbẹ̀ yẹn ìmágbẹ́ ọ̀bùkà mẹ́jọ ẹ bá màá nàmú díẹ̀ ìbò tàná sẹ̀ fún ọbẹ̀ kìí ẹ̀dọ́ ìyá ọ̀fọ̀ ìgbésàgbà ẹ̀yọ wàkì máa yẹ wáyé nàìjíríà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ìṣe.
ITV, certainly. Certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion bona zima dion Obala zima dion mara ma ri o Esama dion na ni ma do pon mi sama ni ma do gbe ken sama e ma adi o wa re na Esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi to ne baba no get to ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma ato o e ma agbon o oro pa ewu dori e ma adi awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me we need just to know me afa
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
I'm not to fight any longer.
Well, they say simply put, democracy can be defined as power by the people, for the people, and of the people. And of course, you look at the intricate part of the concept power, giving an act on who determines what, when, and how. And when the narratives begin to disclose itself, revealing itself in the political stream, where the courts will have to decide who gets what, when, and how, will have to decide the power that is resident and the people, the electorate, then we can say the narrative is changing. But what could be changing this whole issue? Basically, looking at the development across board and following up what has been happening in political parties, and then defections from one party to another by political actors and of course politicians, and of course the aspect of lack of party ideology and poor structural capacity that could also lead to them losing in court, and of course even the interpretation by the Supreme Court, where it also brought an issue concerning the nullification of the antebellum as earlier given by the appeal court to the parties. And of course, what does this judgment on the ADC, what does the judgment on the PDP by the Supreme Court, what does it mean in the future of political parties? And of course, we see situations where, you know, people are now leaving the party, moving to other parties to gain relevance. Well, could this be as a result of political survival, or just to provide choices for the electorate to choose from? Something transpired yesterday at the Abuja, the FCT, where, you know, some protesters on the edges of the northern Nigeria stakeholders came out en masse protesting with placards saying no opposition, no election 2027. President Tinubu, let democracy breathe in Nigeria. And of course, NGF, stay off politics. All of this again brings to the question, of course, to the podium, the issue about the integrity of our elections going forward. Of course, there have been different views about how 2027 is going to pan out. But with what we see here, the protest that also rocked the street of Abuja yesterday, and of course, does this mean well for our democracy? And what can we say of the 2027 elections? Well, political developments everywhere. Good morning. Big thanks for joining us. It's This Morning on ITV, and I am Philip Omo Gukbo, and I have my co-anchor with me, Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Good morning, Anu.
Good morning, Philip.
Well, it's been a long ride, and of course, I don't know how we're going to ride beyond this point to 2027, looking at what transpired in at the FCT, and of course, days back about the court judgments. What do you make of this?
Well, a lot of things happening at the moment. I feel like the political scene in Nigeria is actually heightened up. The tension is brewing, where every single day you do not know what would happen next, or the news that you would hear regarding, you know, politics and politicking in Nigeria. So after what we saw over the weekend with Peter Gregory Obi moving to the ADC, interestingly, yesterday we saw a group, they actually tagged themselves as under the aegis of the concerned Northern Nigeria stakeholders. They went out en masse to protest over what they call interference with the judiciary, and also INEC as well. That's the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, interfering with politics in Nigeria, and then they are saying, no, we do not want it. It is not how it should be done. Let's opposition parties in Nigeria breathe. And it was really great to see that we had that, you know, protest amount yesterday with persons who are also having their own fair share of what is currently going on in the country. And I'm also going to try to link it up with what Peter Obi said, the former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, in 2023, when asked his reasons or what he posted on his X handle. Some of the things that he mentioned: number one, the legal tussle with brewing up in the ADC, and he said something that also was striking, that it's not just a situation of the ADC. And I saw a clip where he did say that very, very soon, sooner than later, persons who are close to him would give the fuller picture picture of what really transpires to him leaving APGA down to PDP, to Labour Party, and of course ADC and now NDC. So, you know, trying to pick out what he said, and with the protest that went out yesterday, I think there's a bit of sense in what really was the main ideology or the main reason why they did go out to protest yesterday.
Well, simply put, we want to question leadership and power, and of course those who want to also lead. You look at the challenges they face in a particular political party, and when they are unable to fix those challenges, they run away from the party and move to another party. Well, we're having some infectious disease here, where you may be wondering that it could be contagious to a point where even if you leave one party to another party, the infection may get at you in the next party. But what can leaders do? Is it just about leaving a party when you are faced with a challenge? Otherwise, that could resemble or give an impression that some just after all of this game, just for survival and not to produce competitive choices for the electorate. Well, a lot of things happening. Why some also believe that this could be machinations of the ruling party. But well, let's allow that to settle, and let's get your thoughts from our Lagos studio. Patricia Gabriel. Well, first of all, let's get to Abuja. Abuja is set, and we got Tolu over there in Abuja. Good morning to you, Tolu.
Wonderful morning to you, Philip, and also Anolu Akpo right there. And I'm really perturbed about what is really happening in the political landscape, especially when you put into consideration the lack of ideologies on the part of those who claim to be politicians. And that's really sad right there. John Kenti from one political party to the other would not bode well for the future of democracy in this country. We must have politicians who are full of ideologies, who know what they want and how to go about it. When you go down memory lane to the 70s and early 80s, there are some certain section of the society they are noted for a particular identifying with a particular party. Go back to the eras of late Awolowo right there. You know the formation of the party they identify with, the ideologies, what they believe in. Down to early 90s when we have the SDP, NRC, and also we can be able to identify this particular party, these particular people can be identified with this particular party. But these days, the reverse is the case. People move from one party to another in the process of trying to remain relevant in the scheme of things. And that's really sad for our politics. Though it's my personal opinion, but I think going forward, we should have politicians who have ideologies, who believe in the ethos of particular party and want to think or swim with it right there. And the situation where people just move forward for the sake of being relevant does not really make any sense to me. And I think what is really happening right now, we also be able to make other parties realize that you also must have people who have the right thinking, who have ideas of how they want to go to the party at the back of their mind. That way, they will not be pushed hither and thither, like the way what is happening right now. There are so many of them are complaining of being disenfranchised. Some are complaining of the government not wanting them. But you also look down to what they are really doing. How did they get to this place? What did they not do right? And these are some of the questions they should be asking themselves if they really want to move forward. And I think they should definitely address it. We need to start asking our politicians, what are your ideas? What do you believe in? How do you hope to really strengthen our democracy? If we can't stop talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So the fact that he has remained committed to a particular party over the years, even when he had the opportunity of jumping ship, but he decided to just stay and build his party. And it become a major rallying stop for so many people. And I think other party politicians should also be thinking in that same light. People like Bukola Saraki, people like Peter Obi, they should have also, let's build our own thing so we can continue to remain relevant and be able to give a run for the opposition. But unfortunately, they are not doing that. Let's hope that this will be a learning curve for them going forward.
You ask me, I'm not trying to raise opinions on the minds of the viewers, but I will tell you outside the questions of what policies they have to make things turn around, or what are they having as viable objectives to fix Nigeria and of course the economy. Again, my mind would go to the challenges that they are facing at present in political parties. Could be a starting point for us to see how crafty or how intelligent driven or how creative these politicians are. Most especially, we don't want to see a situation where at the face of any iota of trouble, politicians move from that party to another party. And then when you see trouble being faced with in the other party, then you move again. So why can't you just sit down, fix the party, fix the challenges, and then let's see if that could be an extension for how you're going to fix the country in Nigeria. Well, those are my thoughts anyways. But let's get to you, Patricia Gebres from our Lagos studio. Good morning. You look beautiful.
Thank you, Philip. Good morning. Okay. It's easier said than done. Just like you said, sit in the party and fix the party. At this point, I want to say, can't we have a credible opposition party? And can't we have the opposition parties breathe? Because we also heard that Peter Obi and Kwankwaso moved to Enders, and we're on that echoes where this allow politic in their own way in the parties they have chosen to be. I mean, you can't just have all the opposition parties having issues in the court, and then we have just the ruling party not having court issues. It says a lot of things, if you ask me. I mean, let the opposition parties be able to put themselves together and have a solid opposition party. You want to say Peter from one party, if you stand and ask him, open up to you the reasons why he did that. So for me, my opinion is, allow us play politics, or allow Nigerians play politics the way it should be played. There should be opposition parties. It shouldn't just be a one-way politicking. I mean, having one party in the country. Let's have other political party options where people could go and say, okay, I want to vote for this personality, not even the party, because I think that's where Nigeria is into now. To vote for personality, not the party anymore. So no matter how you do it, Nigerians want to vote for who they want to vote for. Take his part of them too. So whoever wins, have the day.
Thank you, Patricia Gebres. In as much as you made your point clear, and it's up for us to look at it critically as the electorate on who their choice will be. Basically, some critics have said, which seems to hold water a lot, that an incumbent shouldn't be scared of competition in elections, except having that fear or poor or lack of resilience in its capability of winning elections. Because if you look at what has been transpiring, and it could give the impression that, well, a particular party isn't really embroidered in the litigations or legal battles. Why is it that way? And of course, how can we ensure that the incumbency factor doesn't kill opposition? How can we ensure that incumbency factor will bring about, a democracy that can breathe? These were the demands of the northern stakeholders, in the ages of the northern stakeholders, the protesters that came out yesterday to protest in Abuja. Let democracy in Nigeria breathe. Well, this is what we will be having in the course of the discussion today across from the Benin network, from the Benin studio rather. Well, let's see your thoughts on this as we wrap up.
Well, I feel that Nigerians should also expect more. A lot of questions had been raised when we heard in the news that Peter Obi moved to another party. I don't know if we're still dwelling on that, but just to go back to that conversation. And for some persons, it wasn't really much of a shocking news. But I'll also just love to put out there that there is no politician in Nigeria that at some point or the other hasn't moved from one party to another party. That is why every time we keep on questioning if we get to operate an ideological system in Nigeria, it's just a game of interest. For instance, if you look at the early career of our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, at some point or the other, he moved from the Social Democratic Party in the early 90s down to Alliance for Democracy after the military rule. And of course, he has been in the APC because he is one of the founding fathers of the APC. But before then, do not forget that there was also a coalition of a merger of including the Action Congress of Nigeria, trying to put it out there correctly. But But just to buttress the point that says that it's not just a case of Peter Obi, even though Bayo Onanuga, speaking for the presidency, did state that he is a political nomad. But moving forward, one major question that has been on the front burner is if he doesn't get a ticket in the ADC, are we going to see him move over again to another political party? Because rumor also has it that he has never really been involved in any primaries. All through his political career, it has been given to him. When he was in ABGA, I think it was because he did something really credible and he got that ticket on the platter of gold. And also so happened in the Labour Party as well. So I don't know. Well, we're looking forward to all of the intrigues that will come out from 2027
looking forward to what's going to come out, most especially as some would say, how structural is the grassroots of the Nigeria Democratic Congress. Of course, looking at what the political developments are really urging towards. We'll take a short break, after which we'll look at the pages of the newspaper and dive into the first discussion for today, Tuesday. Well, looking at the Guardian newspaper, which is our first point of call on the pages of the newspaper. Well, some would say maybe it's not an easy task and it may not be possible for us to have a single candidate being fed into the election to contest with that of the All Progressives Congress candidate in the person of the president coming for a re-election. Well, we have this all, it says APC consensus fear tension. Political realignment nationwide. You can see the political figures and all of these show the battle is not going to be easy. Who's going to win at the end of the day come 2027 as it inches closely. Of course, we have this, it says concerns over non-disclosure of signed 2026 budget. You have that by the side of the cover page, and Nest Oil denies responsibility for bank's woes. Well, let's look at this. It says poor diagnosis soaring, inhaler costs, pollution triggered deadly asthma surge. NNPC seals fresh deal to revamp Port Harcourt Warri refineries after $2.4 billion turnaround maintenance. That's a whole lot. Of course, this says Nasu Sano protests shut UI gates, disrupts activities at ABU and Unilorry. And group handlers issue final 72 hours notice to airlines over 9 billion naira debt. Well, all of this you'll find in the Guardian newspaper as we move along to the next.
The Daily Trust newspaper is up next, leading with the major headline that says refineries after 3.2 trillion naira, Chinese firms step in. Okay, rise in food prices strain FCT residents' income. Details of that on page 28. Xenophobia, Nigerians seeking repatriation will bear cost. The federal government speaking there on page 7. Bandits kill 11 in Katsina attack on page 8. Flight disruptions loom as ground handlers withdraw services Wednesday. Details of that story on page 424 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Other major headlines this morning. NDC, the new third force, a big question being raised there on page 5 apparently. Wabara-led PDP appoints Turaki interim chair on page 12. And finally, on the front page of the Daily Trust this morning, it says how rainstorm killed 3-year-old girl in Niger State. Quite a sad one on page 24.
Away from that sad one, let's get to the Vanguard newspaper, where we have it on the cover page. First, before we get to the very serious headline there, we got this on the top of the cover page where it says 16 killed in attacks on Katsina, Plateau communities. And of course, we have this on 2027 PDP crisis deepens as rival blocks claim control. On registration, Dixon kicks as Ado vows court action, forts INEC on NDC. Well, political gimmicks, you may say, but looking at the intrigues and the political stream, how can that, come to fusion where we can have democracy really enacted in the stream of politics without it being, coerced by any, including the incumbent. Of course, this says on xenophobia, federal government demands probe into killing of Nigerians in South Africa. CSO's lawyer demand action against perpetrators. That's it. That's what we've got on the Vanguard newspaper. I'm afraid there's much you can take on the pages of the newspaper. Do write to get copies of the dailies yourself and internalize. And don't forget, after this short break, we will be diving into our first discussion from the Benin studio, where we'll look at the road to 2027, political survivor or strategies, and of course, their alignment ahead 2027. Do stay. Opposition survival strategy amidst legal battles ahead 2027 is what we're about on this from the Benin studio as we look at what has been transpiring. And of course, just yesterday in Lagos, protesters on the edges of the northern Nigeria, stakeholders poured out in the street, and of course at the entrance of the Federal High Court, agitating and demanding that the president should stay off, the judiciary and never to interfere into the judicial decisions. And of course, the AGF should stay neutral. And of course, the aspect of no opposition, then no election. Let Nigerian democracy breathe. All of this came on placards yesterday. And of course, before that, we also got the legal battles and the judgment of the Supreme Court, where it arrested, they are not really arrested, where it nullified the antebellum status quo, as given by the appeal court on the ADC. And of course, all that transpired, where we're seeing some political figures moving from ADC now to NDC. What could be this realignment for? What could be the essence of this political survival? Some would say, well, there could be different reasons why, like they always say, politicians have no permanent enemies, but permanent interest. And so if their interest is not gotten from one point, they could move to another. But how does this affect our political ideology? And of course, the impression that if you can't stay to fix a party's problem and then you move to another, does it give room for a way to test your ability and resilience to fix Nigeria's problems? Well, discussing this was me, starting from the studio, and at my extreme left, I have the Edo State Publicity Secretary-elect, in the person of Christopher Ojekere. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me here.
Christopher Ojekere is the ADC Publicity Secretary-elect, and good to have you join on this discussion. Next to Christopher Ojekere, I have a senior pastor of Sword of Liberation Bible Church, a public affairs analyst, and he is Bishop Austin Igbasa. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, and I greet everyone.
All right, we're having an NDC chieftain who were formerly member of the ADC, but now in the NDC, Amieye Omoigye. Pardon me if I'm not pronouncing it correctly. Good morning and welcome to the show, Amieye Omoigye.
Thank you very much, Philip. Good morning, Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, let's quickly start it. And the first question is rolling to you, the ADC Publicity Secretary-elect. Well, all that has happened. And of course, you've been on the forefront, trying to take bullets and trying to also apportion blames on what is happening. Well, some will say, well, the failure of the party could be as a result of poor capacity build-up. But again, has the party failed? And what about the judgment by the Supreme Court on the nullification of the antebellum order given by the appeal court on it? Does it mean victory for the party under the National Leadership Committee of Senator David Mark, or is it that it's a temporary victory? Now, how do you greet all of these developments looking ahead on 2027, and for the very fact that some political figures have moved again from your party? Could that also mean a poor future for your party's emergence in the 2027 election?
All right, two things you must always keep in mind when we come to these discussions is, one, there is the, though amorphous as at the moment, there is the part or the side you call the opposition, which comprise all of those other parties which the ADC is leading, against the APC, which is the ruling party, that have created all of these problems. We are not to ever look at these problems or at this situation or this context as normal. It isn't normal. This is not the first time Nigerians are going to do a presidential election. These problems were deliberately created by the APC, beginning with Labour Party, up onto beginning with PDP, up onto Labour Party, and then to ADC, and then now to NDC. Now, the problems were created deliberately by the ruling government to ensure that APC achieves a one-party state, and that President Bola Tinubu doesn't have anybody on any other ballot from any other political party to challenge him in 2027.
We are not in the courtroom, but do you have any evidence to prove that?
We must, well, the evidence we have is just what I have said earlier, that these problems are deliberately created. We have been, I mean, this is 20-something years of our democracy, and we've had successions, you know, seamless successions from one regime to another. Why is it that in this particular time, you are having created strange court cases that neither the judiciary nor political parties have ever heard about? And you are having different cliques of people, different groups of people, some nondescript people. Anybody cannot just wake up, get a group of people within a party, and then head straight for the press, and then announce themselves as something, and then go to court. So this kind of scenario, and the reason you must make this an important focal point whenever you are discussing this, is that Tinubu should not achieve its aim. So I'm not going to get sucked in the opposition's, some people having indiscretion within the opposition, not to look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture is that in 2027 we must remove Tinubu. Now, the Supreme Court judgment for the ADC was a psychological morale booster for Nigeria's Democrats, and for the ADC especially. It was a psychological defeat of that intention by the president to ensure that we do not have opposition party. We understand that the justices of the Supreme Court were under immense pressure to ensure that they follow up in the ignorance and malicious interpretation of status quo ante bellum by the INEC chairman, but they refused. So what they did was to tactically avoid confronting the president head on, and then say the case should go back to the Federal High Court. So that is what they did at the Supreme Court. But restored back the leadership of the ADC, which had no reason in the first place to be displaced or to be, you know, derecognized as was done by INEC. So the point we are making is that the battles are still on, but the war has not been finished. It is when you finish the war that you will know that the battle has been won. The battles are on. We are not running away. We are not weak. We are strong. We understand the system. We understand what is being thrown up, and we are meeting them toe to toe, and we are going to win the war, because the law can never be twisted to the point where one man, one single man, will think that you will manipulate 240 million Nigerians and come out as the only presidential candidate. It won't happen. So the cases being thrown at us, they are dying out one by one. What we have just now is a case that is really no case. First of all, the case has been defeated ab initio by the fact that Section 83 of subsection 5 of the Electoral Act, as amended by the legislature that has the larger population from the ruling party, were the ones who insisted that you cannot even, it's not even justiciable. Issues of internal party democracy, especially as it relates to Congress, primaries and all of that, it's not even justiciable, that no court should even entertain it. So the justice that entertained that erred in law. So there is no case in that one. The other one that is remaining, we are beginning to see certain developments that will tell you that that case will never be tried again, because the case would go the way it should go, and that is that truth will prevail over errors and conspiracies. So the point is, democracy in Nigeria has come to stay, and opposition party has come to stay, and we are going to be there in 2027 and on the ballot.
Okay, you said so many things, but I want to hinge on two aspects you spoke about, where you said the ADC is on the forefront leading the opposition, And again, you also made it clear that the party isn't weak, or the people in the party, they aren't weak, and that they are dogged in your impression. Let's get to you, Mieye Omoegie. You were formerly a member of the ADC. Well, actually, if we are to trace it, it started with PDP, if not other party before the PDP. And then from the PDP, you moved to the ADC. And since things seem not to be all going well, the legal battles in the ADC probably could be the reason why you moved to the NDC. If you heard what the public secretary of ADC said, that they are not weak. Now, the decision you took alongside your leaders in the person of Peter Obi and Musa Kwankwaso, could it be seen as a weak decision to move from ADC into NDC just for relevance, or what could be the aim?
Thank you very much, Philip. Thank you, Nigerians. To answer that question, I would say that Peter Gregory Obi, His Excellency, has just saved democracy in Nigeria, and to ensure that we do not continue in a one-party state in Nigeria. Of course, I must tell you this, that the movement of His Excellency Peter Obi and Kwankwaso to the NDC was a very smart move. In fact, they outsmarted President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You could recall in February or thereabout when Peter Obi visited Kwankwaso in Kano, and of course, distinguished Senator Saraki Dixon was equally there. And that was when this was orchestrated. You know, every time you keep asking Peter Obi what will happen if the primaries in the ADC is dollarized, what will happen if your name is not on the ballot. And he keep reassuring Nigerians that the name will be on the ballot. You found out that when Peter Obi visited Bayelsa to see Saraki Dixon, and also visited the former president of Nigeria, Ebele Jonathan, you know, that same February was when Saraki Dixon went ahead to ensure that the registration of NDC was orchestrated. Now, if you look at the pictorial of problems, you know, befalling the ADC at the moment, like I would want to agree with my brother in the studio, Mr. Chris Ojekere. All this problem is simply the hands of Esau and the voice of Jacob. Everything happening in all the opposition political party today is well orchestrated by the presidency. Of course, you were asking whether there is evidence. Evidences are abound. We all saw all on social media when the chief of staff to the president, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, was telling the senator from Kogi State, go remain in the ADC, scatter them, scatter them. That is somebody who is the kitchen cabinet of the president, asking for a member to go and scatter that political party. As I speak with you now, the former presidential candidate of the ADC, in the person of Ibe Kachiku, is planning a parallel convention. Of course, a day before the Supreme Court judgment, the Federal High Court pronounced that the tenure of all the ADC state chairmen has not expired, that it will expire on the 12th, that they still remain, that all the congresses that were done from the unit to the ward to the local government to the state is null and void. And now, for you to have proper registration member given to INEC and for you to meet up with everything itemized on the electoral timetable, you must have gone through the world congresses, the local government congresses, the state congresses. where do ADC, really go from here? So, like, I want to say that the movement of His Excellency Peter Obi and Kwankwaso has actually saved democracy in this country. That will ensure that we don't have a single party democracy in Nigeria. So we should give kudos to Peter Obi for that smart move. Thank you.
Bishop Austin Igbasan, I know you are a man of repute, and of course, I know that you basically would speak objectively, looking at what we are faced with, because we've seen situations, and even critics do say, which seem to be in line with our popular thoughts, that an incumbent factor, or if the incumbency is bringing machinations in order to stall the progress of a competitive election come 2027, could be an act of fear, or could be an act of fear that it does not have legitimacy to win the 2027 election. Now, with all of these accusations, allegations on the All Progressives Congress, do you see strengths in the All Progressives Congress under the present leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as really making sure that this 2027 election will allow democracy breathe, and of course the opposition compete with him in the election 2027, looking at what is happening?
Just like what you have said, I've listened, I've followed. If you remember vividly when we talk of Ibadan Summit in different fora, I made my point very clear. The problem is that ADC problem started even when Tinubu has not become president. I marvel when people are talking that Tinubu is the one that caused their problem. It's like when we were here, PDP problem started between Wike and Atiku on the issue. I still spoke on this same platform here when the PDP man was seated here that day, and we're talking about the election. I was telling them that this election will not favor Atiku. I said, you don't go with a divided house. The issue that brought PDP to its knee today, that you see, democracy thrives when there is strong opposition.
Exactly.
And that is the sweetness of democracy, that opposition can come up and say, okay, it is not this way. That you can even criticize the policy of the government and criticize the project of the government. It's a job of opposition, but positive criticism. But when opposition, people that are supposed to come together, the issue they have is that everybody coming together now. They are not coming together because they want to oppose Tinubu. They are coming together because they want to grab power. And if you want me to give the dossier of the people, the so-called opposition you are talking about, all of them have participated in leadership in this country, and we have seen the demonstration of what they have done. Now, the problem of PDP started from Wike and Atiku on. This thing come to the south. You can't have the party chairman not, and have the presidential candidate not. But when people are talking today, they say he brought Wike to destroy PDP. Do they look at, when you are talking of a problem, you look at what causes the problem. But now that is what it is. No, what I'm telling you is that a problem started from the house, where you're supposed to do what is legitimate. The constitution of PDP says you can't have party chairman and presidential candidate from one part of the region in this country. And you now say it is Tinubu that came in here to come and help you because you are not, you people are greedy to be able to allow it to fly. Even when we said Iyocha Ayu is a paperweight politician, Atiku said that is the way to go. And now for the error you committed, you are now blaming an opposition, you are blaming a sitting government for it. Is there any sense in that? Now, the issue I put on ground is that the PDP constitution said you can't have presidential candidate and have the party chairman from one region. And two people who are supposed to go with that constitution disobey it, and they brought their party to ruin. Now you see PDP governor cross to APC. I'm not an APC man, but I champion the cause of Tinubu, and you know, I stood here during the election. I'm not a politician, but I look at things objectively. The question is that now these two people are fighting on their own constitution of their party. Then you are blaming Tinubu that he was the one that orchestrated Atiku not to accept a Southerner to become presidential candidate or the party chairman. Is there any sense in that? Then let us talk about ADC. ADC problem has started. They have been in court before Tinubu became president. And here I will sit here and say it is Tinubu that is sending them to court. When the matter is before Federal High Court, when it's supposed to be trashed out, somebody run to appeal court. You say it is Tinubu that is working in something. The person that ran to appeal court is the so-called chairman of that party. Is it Tinubu that sponsor David Mark to run to court of appeal? When the matter is before Federal High Court that needed to be trashed out? So what I'm saying is that if we are talking about everybody that sits on the position of authority, they want to sit down there. But you can talk about Tinubu that all what is happening, okay, PDP have problem and PDP governor, they are seeing that there are two factions. By the time I said I want to come back, who is going to sign my nomination form? There is a problem that we are having in court. They begin to cross ship. You now say it is Tinubu that is bringing them. If the house is fixed, the two people that are currently on the party, if they fix it, do you want, okay, example of PDP governor of Delta State before, you wanted him to wait and the two factions that is not having future now to come and say nominate me, and the court say this is the other faction that is flying. Every politician go with interest. So when you say Tinubu make people to cross governors to jump, is there any sense in that?
Okay,
when people see that, what I'm saying,
are you saying him capitalizing on the weakness?
No. So what I'm saying, there is no about capitalizing on weakness of the party.
But that's what politicians do.
No, what I'm saying is that
they capitalize on the gaps.
Who is inviting? I want to come for second time, and I see that my party is having two factions, and they are in court. And I want to come back as a governor, and I'm looking at my own interest, and I see that if I continue like this and I go with this faction, when the judgment will come, I will lose. I decided to jump. Now do you blame the president for the person who is seeking his own future for second time?
Okay,
let us look at it.
What's the role of the AGF? Because some have said that the AGF should be neutral in all of this.
The AGF, that is the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Now, Attorney General by the virtue of his office ought to be neutral.
Exactly.
And need to be neutral.
So that gives an impression.
Now, the question is that if anything has to go wrong as far as law is concerned, don't also forget that the AGF is #1 law officer of the Federation.
Which should be neutral.
And that is what I'm saying. But if anything has to go with what the law of the land says, the AGF must step in. We were all here when Malami was our AGF. We were all here. When people are shouting now, when you are talking, two people are in the party now. The ADC we are talking about, the other man is talking about, let's clap for Peter Obi. Now two people are in that same party. Atiku, did you listen to the interview of Atiku last week? Is it President Tinubu that is talking from his mouth? From his mouth, and then that statement at 80. Is it Tinubu that told Rabiu Kwankasho to call Atiku a liar at 80? Is it Tinubu that is speaking from their mouth? Now, when you have a problem in your own house and you don't solve it, and everybody is sipping it on, that's why I'm talking about it. The two persons now. Tinubu, Atiku wants to be president of ADC. He's not ready to shift for Peter Obi. And Peter Obi see that it's no future here. He has moved to another party. And you are here telling me to sit down to now say it is Tinubu that is tying Atiku to that chair to say you can't shift and allow somebody younger to take the space.
I'll come back to you.
Is that let's objectively, is that the problem of Tinubu now? Is it Tinubu that is making Atiku to say, I won't shift, I bought this party, I'm going to be the presidential candidate. Younger person is either you be my deputy. Is it Tinubu that is telling Atiku now that the slot of Southerner has not finished? We still have 4 years.
I think the question will be answered by Christopher Jeffrey.
When we are saying it is Tinubu that is scattering,
you are asking me that question.
Yeah,
I'm not comfortable with that.
No.
Let's wait for Christopher Jeffrey to respond.
That's at the point he raised. That's why me, I stand here to talk objectively, to talk about the Atiku is not ready to move, and Peter Obi is not ready to bow, and they are now leaving. You are now sitting here to tell me that it is Tinubu that is behind their decision. I won't take that.
The intensity upon me here is great, and the energy is huge. So let's get to you, Christopher Jeffrey. Can you respond to that question?
The shift of their interest, in the issue of interest, is it Tinubu that said, Atiku, you must be presidential candidate at 80, and you must not shoot for a younger person that can make the man to move to NDC.
Thank you.
Is it Tinubu that is now standing in their heart? That's what I want to get.
Let's get your response, and most especially where the court seems to have thrown back, have thrown back the case to the High Court, where they have
there is no need to go to that court of appeal,
where they have to determine how.
I follow the matter.
Do you see the future bright for your party, most especially as we are looking at 2027 close by? Why you are also responding to what he said?
Well, if you as the presenter feels threatened, then you can know how I feel here. I hope Chief Basam would put a gauge on his emotion so that he doesn't box us on the studio.
No, I won't do that. I've been on
the gravity of
this
your
side.
emotion does not suggest subjectivity.
I've mentioned now Atiku's decision. Is it Tinubu that is telling him that don't shoot for Peter Obi that have made? That is what I'm asking.
That's a German question.
Yes, is it Tinubu that tell Atiku say sit down at 80, don't shift?
That's a German question, because that's where some are saying. Yes, he has the floor to respond. He has the floor to respond. Because that's where, just to add this.
Maybe when his emotion is down.
Yeah. No, nothing is wrong with my emotion.
Yes, just to add this. Just to add this. Why you are responding?
The question to ask him is: was he there when that discussion took place? That Atiku, were you there in the discussion where Atiku said I must be there at 80? Were you there? Do you know? Hold on, please. Let me finish. Do you know if they had such discussion?
Okay.
Hold on. Because you see, when you get worked up in emotions, you leave logic and reason behind. You should speak with evidence. That's objectivity. Hold on. Did you know? Do you have any evidence of such discussion?
I can tell you, sir.
Well, just go to the point. Go to the point. There's no need for us to banter with questions at each other.
If you were speaking that after a primary, Obi came out to say, this is the disagreement. The Obi who left the party, you heard his own statement, that he has no problem with the party, that he has no problem with his leaders, that the reason why he left is because of the fact that from experience in the Labour Party, he has been able to see the hand of Tinubu in trying to destroy opposition parties. And you sit here to defend Tinubu with such emotions without evidence of such discussions? Now let me explain to you. Political party is an institution that runs on rules, and that is also a social environment. If you have a problem in the family, and then you have another member of the family exacerbating that problem, and you say you are a pastor, and you sit and you say, why did you, husband and wife, why did you quarrel? We cannot blame your son who exacerbated this quarrel.
Are you bothered? And is your party bothered about the fact that, or the impression that the ruling All Progressives Congress under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is raising machinations to, incapacitate your party? Are you bothered?
It is a contestation. Tinubu fights with the methods and rule of his psyche.
Is he getting at your party? Is that what you mean?
He's getting at every opposition party. He's getting at our party. He fights the way he is. You project your nature. Tinubu runs in a different paradigm.
Okay, but
hold on. We as gentlemen, we run on the basis of rules, regulation. Democracy is what gives authority to our existence, not Tinubu.
Okay, but I don't believe you are overwhelmed by this, are you?
We are not bothered. I told you earlier that we are matching them toe by toe. Gbajabiamila, Amiabiye just reminded us, the chief of staff to the president. You want to tell me in any civilized world where the chief of staff to the president makes a statement and you say it's not the administration, was caught on international television telling a renegade, destroy the party, stay there and destroy the party. And you are here exonerating Tinubu.
I am telling you,
whereas the chief of staff was caught in public glare.
When
telling, let me finish, I didn't interrupt you.
Oh, when you have the floor, you can ventilate that.
Telling the chief of staff speaks for the president. That's the administration. That's how it's described in civilized country, that the administration says that the renegade ADC man should destroy the party.
Okay, now
hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
So the point we are making is this. The court cases that are being thrown at us is possible because the president has created a toxic situation. If you are defending Tinubu in Labour Party, you are defending him in PDP, you are defending him in ADC. So you are saying that each of these parties just sat down after formation, decided to trouble themselves and break up. The Peter Obi that you're referring to has gone through 3 of these parties, in fact 4 of these parties. What do you call it? PDP, Labour Party, ADC, and now he's gone to NDC.
It is the same Tinubu that is pursuing.
Hold on. We are saying this.
One man is pursuing him. He wants to root 240 million.
I'm saying to you that the chief of staff to the president, the administration has spoken that ADC should be destroyed.
Okay, no. Let's not, Christopher, let's not dwell too much on the problem.
We dwell because I told you to speak by evidence.
You seem to feel intimidated by what you feel.
All the votes matter in your party. It was your people that took it there.
He has the floor. He has the floor.
Yes.
He has the floor.
It's not lying anybody.
From what you're saying, we want to see what projections the ADC has in making sure that it wins this election, because you seem if we continue on this pedestal, it could give the impression that you seem and your party seem overwhelmed by what is happening.
Overwhelmed by what? We run on the basis of laws and rules. By law, the leadership of the party that was derecognized has been re-recognized. The law has pushed Amupita to return David Mark's name back to IDEC. We are firmly protected by the law, so why should we be overwhelmed?
But the case will still be back in court.
The case will be back in court as it was pronounced by the Supreme Court.
Yes.
You wait until the case.
So where does that put your party?
Hold on. You wait until the case is back in court. Do you know that there's what we call out-of-court settlements? Do you know that there's what we call a dispute resolution?
No. If you believe that there are machinations from the ruling party, then there wouldn't be the possibility of that.
Let me explain.
If you are saying this, then it gives the impression that you are just supposedly blamed without.
Let me explain to you. Have you seen what they call confessed thieves? Have you seen what they call confessed thieves? So there are people who repent when they come to the realization that they are being used to do nefarious activities or they are doing wicked work. They will repent and they will make public confession. Have you seen on social media when Nafiu Bala told you that Babache Lawal and Abijide, the renegade Abijide, are the one making him do what he has done?
Okay, what about if this don't happen?
I speak evidence. I don't talk emotionally. Have you seen, hold on social media, when Nafiu Bala has confessed that Babache Lawal and Abijide, that what is his name, Bagame Abila was telling to destroy them, were the ones that made him do what he's doing?
Okay.
Now, have you seen that? So we speak on evidence and facts. And by evidence and facts, I'm telling you that by the time a few story comes out, you will know who are other people that are involved.
Okay, thank you.
What is going on?
Thank you. Before I come back to you, I know you are very, very.
Because I want to respond to what he said.
You respond after
all what I said.
You respond after we get the response from
Operation Where they
the chieftain of the NDC.
Quiet one.
Ameyo Moige, please. Can we have you talk in this direction? Because some have said that how reliable is your party, the party you moved to, how reliable is it in terms of structural grassroots strength? Are you relying on the structure of the party of the NDC or the popularity of Peter Obi that also some say could be dwindling?
Thank you very much. I want to, by the way, state that we should dwell on the topic for which we are discussing. We are discussing about opposition and survival strategy from legal battles, and we should stay on issues and not to flare up emotion. That being said, less than 72 hours that His Excellency Peter Obi and His Excellency Kwankwaso moved over to NDC. We have over 10 million registered members of the NDC. So our focus right now is not too many talks. Our focus is a critical assignment back to the grassroots, mobilizing the grassroots from the unit level to the ward level, to the local government level, and to the state level. I will tell you today that all NDC's offices across the nation is now a mecca of some sort. Obi is a movement. Kwankwaso is a movement. We are having the two largest political movements in Nigeria, if not in Africa, coming into the NDC. And Nigeria will soon have a sigh of relief. What we should be after right now is how to turn the fortunes of Nigeria aright, whether in the north, whether in the south, whether in the west, whether in the east. Whether you are from APC, whether you are in ADC, whether you are in LP, or whatever political party you are, is Nigeria better off today under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? The answer is no. And if that is the answer, we all have to put all hands on deck to ensure that we rally around Peter Obi, if given the ticket, and Kwankwaso, to make sure that the fortunes of this nation is turned aright. It is the same market we all buy from. My brother in the studio that is supporting Bola Ahmed Tinubu without evidences, I want to tell you that we are all buying from the same market. If today, I want to state here categorically, if today His Excellency Peter Obi goes to the APC, he will be the preferred candidate by members of the APC themselves. We all know the truth. Let's not shy away from the truth. And talking about structure, a certain senator came out the other time and said it's just 4 people tweeting from the room. We all know how the 2023 election went. And this time, we are not going to take it lightly. We are going to monitor and protect our vote to ensure that it counts, to ensure that Nigeria of our dream is bettered under the leadership of His Excellency Peter Obi and Kwankwaso. Thank you very much.
You have the floor. Now, with what is happening presently, some have said that, well, with the Ibadan Summit declaration for a single candidate to be fed into election to contest with the ruling All Progressives Congress, what if in that coalition, or do you believe that such a coalition can be formed? And would your party leader, and the person of the former presidential candidate of 2023, would he want to align submissively under another candidacy of someone else in the coalition? What do you see going forward for the future of NDC if such decisions could be taken?
Thank you very much. The Ibadan Summit is well thought out. To be able to push away President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from Aso Rock, all opposition really need to come together and join hands to ensure that this happens. Now, we have to look at all the candidates that will emerge from the various opposition parties. But what I can tell you here for free is that we are going to be looking at competence, we are going to be looking at character, we are going to be looking at capacity. Either ways, some of them have ruled in one capacity or the other. We know their background, we know their history. This is going to be brought to the fore, and before choices will be made. And I can bet you that on top of this list is His Excellency, former governor of Anambra State, His Excellency Peter Gregory Obi is in top of the list. What you want to look at performance indices, before in places where they've worked. Thank you.
There's another personality that was chosen instead of your leader, Peter Obi.
Like what I told you, it is not just it's going to be chosen on the basis of emotional sentiment. There are going to be key indicators. There are going to be steps to take. There are going to be criteria to select when that time comes. Like I said, and I told you, and I will also say, I repeat it again for the opportune time, that His Excellency Peter Obi stand tall on that ladder.
Thank you. With the discordant tones from politicians from different parties, and of course what is coming up, we may be scared about the possibility of having that single candidate ahead of 2027. But if time will permit us, I think you will be reacting to that. But let's get to you, Bishop Austin Igbasan, with all of the hurricane and all the issues that popped up in terms of the energy what do you have to say in response to what Christopher Jekere said and probably what Ameya Omoyege also said?
You see, we are living leprosy and we are trying to talk about eczema. You see, leprosy is the grandfather to eczema. You see, the problem of running up and down. My brother is talking here just now. Was I part of the meeting? And I am referring to the interview that Atiku granted. The latest interview he granted. Every right-thinking person knew the direction, and he was very factual about that. You want to tell me now, my children are listening to me now, at home, and other people that believe in me, we will now sit down and say, Peter Obi just left, they just do handshake, and that was why he moved to NDC. After Operation Wettier meeting in Ibadan. Operation Wettier, those who were alive in Wettier, they knew what it was. Operation what? Operation Wettier. That meeting they had in Ibadan. You know, the slogan that ended it is that they are going to use Operation Wettier to take power. We were all here when Rotimi Amechi said, we will take power. We will run a parallel government.
Can you please explain what you mean by that?
Operation Wettier was what happened in the action group, where houses, lives were destroyed. That was the last statement of Governor Makinde in that ADC program they had in Ibadan, that they are going to use Operation Wettier. And I've spoken it in several fora, that I'm ashamed because I stood for Seyi Makinde because I'm of the opinion of younger generation. But what he said that day, I know he wasn't alive during the Wettier. If he was alive, he won't quote what he quoted, because you cannot destroy a country you want to rule. Because you want to remove the president, you have to carry the goalpost away. When you carry the goalpost away, how do you run it? Now I talk about the court cases that ADC have. Those court cases have been before Tinubu became president. I will not sit down here to tell you that Tinubu orchestrated the cases. So when you are in opposition, and the issue that is troubling them now is the issue to grab power. If it is issue of how to govern the people and do better than Tinubu, it will be on everybody sit down.
Okay, but I drop my ambition. You still have the floor, but if you see what is happening, Nigerians seem not to be happy. Let's not pretend about it.
We're not pretending.
Because a lot that he said he will be coming to do, even while he even made promise, for power, that he's going to do that even before the end of his first term. But we were amazed where he now even brought solar power into Aso Rock, the presidential villa, giving the impression that maybe he lacks the technical know-how. Now, in aspect of insecurity, it's still growing every day. So some believe that the president seemed just to make promises without, implementing or finding a way to bring these promises into fusion. And again, the aspect of always embarking on loans and all that. So some feel that he's clueless and maybe doesn't know how to, move the country forward in the right direction.
If we talk about security, it's only somebody we are paying with what is happening around, and we cannot toy with the lives of human beings, because it's a life that we cannot manufacture by ourselves or produce. So we don't encourage people to take life. But as a security expert, by statistic, you cannot compare security situation under Bola Ahmed Tinubu with security situation under late President Muhammadu Buhari, who is a general. Under Buhari, we got 12 to Kano.
Do you mean to say you admire the performance so far? Do you mean to say you admire his performance so far?
You don't say admire. Even in the military itself, we cannot compare the security situation. We were here when Buhari said, I sent the IG to Benue. I don't know, I didn't know he has not resumed there. We can't compare. It was last same time we have Kano Kaduna train problem. And how many of those people were picked? How many of the culprits? How many of the culprits then were brought to book? It was then we had jailbreak. How many jailbreak have you had under Tinubu? Do you know the number of jailbreak? We have about 13 major jailbreak under President Mohamed late Buhari, and also the jailbreak.
Okay, but we have think it to be wrong for you to comparatively juxtapose with that. Why not to juxtapose with a better administration?
What I'm saying is that if you are talking of a civilian and a military man, a military general, you can't compare the two of them. Their level of wisdom, tactics, about military and security. So if a man who is not a tactician and is not a security expert, can do so much more than a general.
Okay.
But I tell you for free, insecurity you are talking about now, the people who are behind it, I did not. And it is not an insecurity, it is a business.
Okay.
It is a business. We were out here when we were told that we will shame them, we will catch them and shame them. Did you see when the issue came up? Even when South Africa brought the list of some people, United Arab Emirates brought the list of sponsors. What did later Buhari did about the sponsor of terrorism?
Okay.
He said they cannot shame them.
Okay.
Even after all of us were all over the street. So what I'm saying is that if we compare insecurity, it's only somebody that is not godly that will say there is no difference, far different. Even when you call the military guys, they will tell you that there is far difference between this administration and an administration headed by a retired general.
All right.
So talking about what Tinubu is doing, even God we are talking about, that we are following, people are complaining about God. There is no government, I believe very strongly, that can fix all the problem of humanity. When this one is able to fix, the next person continue from there. But for us to say the man has not done anything, we will be telling ourselves big lie. And the people you see running up and down here, they are all people that are feeding fat from subsidy and the rest of them.
Thank you.
So I can tell you for free that it is on record that Issa Yuguda was on a live program on channel, and he said, I have a friend who said they should stop subsidy because we are making so much money. The man is still alive. The clip is still alive on video. So talking about opposition, nothing is wrong. As much as I love Tinubu, I want strong opposition. But opposition that will not look inward of their own greed.
Thank you.
I say it is Tinubu that
let's get to you, Christopher Ojekere, as we wrap up. You heard what Ameya Omoigbe said concerning the numbers having in the NDC. And of course, with the challenges the ADC is facing, there seem to be much defections again, moving from ADC to other political parties. Now, are you sure you can rely on the numbers left for a good contest in 2027 against the ruling All Progressives Congress candidate, or you rely on a coalition going forward?
All right, I'll quickly come to that. But he made a very good point, which Nigerians should know. He's comparing the same political party, two regimes. One, a disaster, the other one, a catastrophe. The APC regime of Buhari and the APC regime of Tinubu, what we have as comparisons between disaster and catastrophe, which has completely nullified that party from any legitimacy to rule this country. It is now a question of which regime produces the more deaths to Nigeria, which regime of the same party now neglected more the primary purpose of government, which is to provide welfare and security. So that's what the APC is. Thank him for his honesty on that. Between Buhari and Tinubu, we have to sit down and work out the statistics of who have killed more Nigerians, who have neglected the constitution more. That is exactly the situation. And that necessitates the opposition. Now let me tell you, I didn't come here to begin to reel out the ADC strategy. We are a surprise party. What we do is we finish our underground work and you see what has happened.
But your number seems to be reducing.
Hold on. The Ibadan summit, our number is not reducing. The Ibadan summit is a strategic political masterstroke that has put the president under such unease that you see that the only thing they can bring out there is the Operation Wet here. The statement the Makinde made is a regular statement in the southwest of Nigeria. It was Awolowo who said those who will not make peaceful change possible will make violent change inevitable. Now, it is just a matter of relating cause and effect situation and relationship. Now, he was saying that they should remember that Operation Wet here started in Ibadan, recalling history when democracy was slaughtered in the slab and then the people reacted. It's a natural progression of a reaction. So he didn't say we are going to burn down the country as he implied. He was just reminding Nigerians that you don't create a room for such things to happen. But now, as for our party, we had a strategic masterstroke. I want you to know that the PDP, by court ruling today, has completely nullified any chances of the PDP to produce a presidential candidate. Now, These political thinkers had seen this ahead, and then they got together with our political thinkers, and then they said, we are going to produce a single presidential candidate. That's what they say. They didn't say they are going to demobilize the PDP, but we'll produce a single presidential candidate. Because the PDP has structure in all of the units of this country. The PDP has structure in all of the wards of this country and all of the AGs and states.
Okay, but I'm afraid for you. I'm afraid for you and your party because of the numbers. You said it's not decreasing. I am saying. But we have Peter Obi. You still have the floor. We have Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso moving away from the party.
How do you know that Rabiu Kwankwaso and Peter Obi will not work with us later? You see, what you are seeing here, as I told you, I said it's a series of battles that leads to a war. It is after the war you do your analysis. What you are seeing here are developments. Now, I know, for instance, by privileged information, that Peter Obi has just walked into a trap. But he's going to realize himself. You see, there's a quotation that says, he that has an Hungarian for a friend does not need an enemy. I know the planners of this movement. I know the meetings that were held in France.
Still orchestrated?
Yes, I know the meetings that were held in other places in this country. I don't want to mention the name. So we are not ignorant people. In the ADC, we have been in it, we are still in it. And then we know what is going on. But this is television. There is politics, there is analysis. So at the end of the day, the battle will be won. And as I said
earlier, so to your mind, Peter Obi is walking into a cage that could make him unable to contest 2027 election?
Hold on.
Can you please voice that?
Hold on. I just said, no, that's where I will stop.
Okay.
I said, I know he has walked into a trap from where I hope he will deliver himself later. So there are people who orchestrate things and then they set agenda. But we are not here to begin to, what we know, yesterday we had our meeting. All our structure is intact, and we are communicating with each other. We are a party that have been established, and we are going into the 2027 election as a mature party. All the behind-the-scenes activities that makes the ruling party to steal votes, that is our concentration right now. We are going to stop them in their track. Before they came out with all these their plans, we already knew where they were going.
All right.
We are that man. You know, Jesus Christ said in the Bible that if the good man of the house had known when the thief would come.
Thank you.
We are a prepared party.
Thank you. I just want to leave. I want you to drop just 10 seconds a round off to you, Ameyo Omoige. 10 seconds. Your last remarks on this discussion.
Thank you very much. I want to tell all Nigerians to rally around His Excellency Peter Obi and Kwankwaso to ensure that we have a new order in Nigeria. And I don't agree with my brother in the studio that His Excellency has, fallen into a trap. That's not true. But rather, His Excellency has saved the face of democracy in Nigeria. And that is the only reason why we will not have a one-party system in Nigeria. Thank you.
That may be the beginning of another discordant tones that may make it impossible for a coalition, but well, we don't pray for that anyways. Your last remarks in 10 seconds.
I appeal to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to focus on what he's doing, and he should continue his good work. Let the opposition look at themselves inside.
All right.
And my father said, when a bushmeat escape a trap and is doing Thanksgiving, he never come out for bush. And not be that only trap 9 day bush.
Thank you. Your final conclusions.
Well, ADC members should keep faith with the party. We are encouraged so far with the way they are steadfast. We will lead the coalition into 2027. That was the spirit and covenant from the beginning. That will be the spirit and covenant at the end.
Thank you, Christopher Ojekore. Big thanks, the ADC Publicity Secretary-elect. And of course, big thanks to you, the Senior Pastor of Son of Liberation Bible Church, Bishop Austin Ibasan, and of course, the Chieftain of the NDC, Ameyo Omoige. Big thanks. This is where we'll call it a wrap on this segment. We'll take a short break, after which we'll be joining Tolulokpe of our Abuja studio for the conversation.
Yeah, talking about really what is really happening in the political landscape, and also looking at the discussion right there, really the heated discussion, taking a look at what is really happening right there, and looking at the opposition, what they really bring to the table. And that really takes also a discussion right there, where we also look at the mass defection right there. Does it portend good for free policy, or perhaps taking out decades backward, or even 3 decades backward, right there, talking about things happening. And also joining us via Zoom this morning will be our comrade Mark Adebayo, who as we'll be looking at what is really happening with the spate of defections from one party to the other, especially relating to the ruling party, what this means and how do we ensure that democracy continues to progress right there. A wonderful morning to you, comrade Mark Adebayo.
Yeah,
thank you so much for joining us this morning and for being part of the discussion. Okay. The quick one right there, comrade Mark. You've been monitoring what's been happening in the political landscape, especially with the spate of defections happening right there with our political juggernaut junketing from one party to another. What do you make of this? What does it portend for future of democracy?
There's the theory of psychology that states that a risk of because it's choose your own self-interest above the plenty of the country belong. That it was an addiction. But let me give you the thing that from the land that Peter defended from democracy exist, I thought that the action was and I explained that this man committed his plans. I said, this is going to this vision. He will not by which later had the ability to bring people well, if that's the plan is so for him one part acquired by former fiat, I been thinking of so you know the difference between the four questions going inside very big. If man you the AC was drawing what to find was going to go, you know, they just think about we are for colonies and behind them they ran into the side that it was the 90 in Victor Gar equation. And the equation now is a equation is because a population problem, a population of a equation of energy and the coalition of energy. As a person, in our who are
thank you so much, right there, Comrade Mark, for that issue of statement right there. But still looking ahead, right there, in the light of what is really happening, the court cases here and there, internal wranglings among political parties, do you think it can really help for them to come up with a credible candidate going towards 2027 election with the internal wranglings and everything? What do you make of this? And how will it not affect their candidate they will be feeding going to 2027 election?
It's in the kind of political management, internally to the worst is sarcastic ambition for the place. But I get I would tell you know, President Wagner to for I want to be entered. I want to be the person. I will be entered. I thought you question. Go behind of your seats. That's why today when you look back, I went into 20, we are considering to both ways. You know, this this party, join the party, and you do what you do, and then you now let Lagos to join them who in fact they are quite by and so you see Indian are resolved by people sacrificing their ambitions. If full of the control, but I don't say the similar is something particular with all these people want to press it. Only when the president at that. So they are or minimize their chance instead of queuing up behind candidates that have the chance of winning of the presidential election. And this president that know is not a joke. When it comes to elections, you play as security, play as play as when before to fix the security, to fix the emotion, you first let the heart communication go. That's the extent that books, readers, and voters, philosophers of the question. And that's why I said to the radio, your position should go that because I don't know it's going to stop the president from this session. And I don't know how they are going to effect so closure of the member people affect over a year ago. They were a console who opposition wanting to president that opposition to the election as a job like point.
Okay, right here. But another major source of worry also has to do with the fact that you look at the candidate, the coalition, these are men who have been jockeying from one political party to the other. What does it say about their ideology? For a country like us, that is also divided into so many areas right there in terms of people with different interests. When you look at the coalition and you look at the quality of the people that are there, and also the fact that when you look at the antecedent, it makes some people to be worried about these kind of people that want to take power right there, because they are not deeply rooted to a certain extent, maybe you can say, to the ethos of democracy. And what do you make of that?
Well, the elections is that you're doing your work, you're doing this work. You try to check what possible. Because they are trying just later on. So if the president to that party, if he had as it also starts to look up there as our president. So not long time. From the big one to so said so that's and I want if president and something want to for inconsistency, you don't know what and go to do or else. It's your problem. You are not. I let my baby to solve para not like well, it
for him to go to ADC. And ADC, that you know that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar practically purchased. So now you went there, you thought you were going to get the ticket. No, Amishi is there, he wants to run for president. Atiku wants to run for president. Obi wants to run for president. Kwakwaso wants to run for president. Only one person can emerge presidential flag bearer of a particular party at a point. So, but it was a naive political move for him to abandon Labour Party and move to ADC. So, you know, I don't know why he does that, but he left PDP because of this same article. He now went to meet him in a political party that he acquired by himself and thinking that we are going to come up with a magic. There's no magic. You see, look, I said it on radio yesterday. Let the opposition go and prepare for 2031. This one is gone. This one is a goner because you are dealing with a president who's a game changer when it comes to elections and politics. So the refuse, the opposition refused to do his own work very well, and we are going to pay dearly for it in 2027 because you know, even look at the time, all these things they are doing now are things they are supposed to have done 2 years ago. But 2 years ago, there should have been a consensus. Even before the issue of consensus went into the Electoral Act, there should have been the issue of consensus. Who is our best striker? Who is our best possibility to win the election in 2027? Which I believed was Peter Obi. But they missed the mark. They have missed the point. Peter Obi would have been the best to give the APC a run for his money. But they didn't do it. So you just see that the president will have a massive victory in 2027 because the Atiku will take away some of the votes, Obi will take away some of the votes, probably Amishi will come to somewhere else and remain presidential candidate and take away some of the votes. So the chunk of the votes will be reserved president because he knows how to play the game. The opposition lacks the capacity for scenario mapping and for proper planning for an election. And that is what you are saying. You cannot say because of the crisis here, the crisis there, everything is on the APC, everything is on the government. I used to say that. I was saying that. But having understood the internal workings of the opposition coalition, I am terribly disappointed that the people that are supposed to be professional political managers are behaving like total amateurs. And that is what you are seeing. We have former vice president, we have former governors, we have former senate president, we have former senators, we have current senators, all my former this, that, former this, former that, current this, current that, governor. And they have done this is the best they could do. This is the best they could do in terms of position. It's disappointing. I am very, very angry against the opposition, of which I am a part. Because they won't listen to you except you are a former mayor or a governor, a city senator. They will listen to you. I did a comprehensive proposal on how the 2027 election could go. And one of the day I got totally disappointed was the day Obi moved to ADC because I knew this man I just thrown away his and that is what is going to happen. We are going to see they are going to perform hopefully we are going to perform even worse than they did in 2023 because if you are dealing with I keep repeating this president when it comes to elections and politics you need to be at the top of your game to it lead to the short one. What was the universe directed every one of them is how to remove Tinubu from power. And I don't think we should make that same mistake again. It must be about ideology, it must be about policy, it must about issues, affect all of us as Nigerians. So the coalition is not getting things right, my brother. So people should stop this blame game of saying, oh, he's the president, oh, he's the APC, oh, he's the government, oh, he's the this and that. No, if you haven't gotten it right from the beginning, even the way the NDC was acquired, it is marks of unprofessionalism. They didn't cross their teeth, they didn't dot their eyes. So there was internal rebellion. And what did you expect? If there are cracks in the walls of your family, you have invited outsiders to come in through the cracks and create more chaos for you. So politics of election is about competition. It is not about helping your opponent to win. You have to utilize the weaknesses of your opponent to maximize your own opportunity. That is what happened all over, even in advanced democracies. So people should stop this blame game and go inside and do what is supposed to happen. You will have an anti-coalition. If today, the ADC, the PDP, the Labour Party, the SDP, the Action Alliance, the Action People's, the Allied Party Movement, and like 10 more, like 12 more, or 15 more, out of the 22 political parties we have to say in this way, the coalition of ambitious, probably over ambitious individuals who are pursuing their own selfish interest, not necessarily the interest of Nigeria. Because if it was to be on the interest of Nigeria, everybody in this country knows that the most popular opposition presidential aspirant in this country today is Peter Obi. Peter Obi, and if you want to win an election against a game changer, an excellent game player in terms of politics and election like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you need to put your best striker forward, which was Obi. But now this striker is injured.
Comrade Mark. Comrade Mark. Is Tinubu that is making Atiku not to step down for Peter Obi? We saw what happened in 2023 when Peter Obi left PD because he couldn't get, it was on the ticket. Now in the coalition, that Peter Obi may not get the ticket because when it comes to winning Pama, Atiku is an F. So we say what have been vision for Atiku not agreeing to step down for Peter Obi.
Now to even think of that suggestion to even is quite laughable. It's quite funny, peculiar. Yeah. For anybody to suggest, by any shade of any imagination, to say that Atiku, anybody who says Atiku is being controlled by Tinubu does not know Atiku. Atiku is probably the most determined presidential aspirant in this country today. Vice President Atiku, that is why I don't understand why he made the kind of errors he made in the process of acquiring the ADC. I don't know why he and his handlers made such terrible mistakes to allow for internal wranglings to now cause all these crises. Everybody should have been carried along. Everybody should have been settled. Everybody should have been involved, especially the people who are there. For instance, there was no need to remove the state chairman. There was no need to if the former chairman Uwosu wanted to leave his position and other members of the National Wing Committee wanted to leave, it should have been something that I can't say what I know about that thing on here. But it didn't go the way it should have gone. You don't say because some people are coming in one day they just take over all structures of the party. No, from national to state to zona to local to world to only unit level. No, it doesn't happen there.
Interesting right there. Talking about what is really happening position right there. We're talking with Comrade Mark Adebayo, explaining the mass defection in opposition coalition and also the internal workings of democracy and put into consideration the recent move right there. With us, Comrade Adebayo, you can go ahead. Okay, we'll try to connect back, and I think time is not really on our side to continue that discussion right there. But I must say big thank you to Comrade Mark Adebayo for joining us this morning and also taking a look at the mass state of mass defection and in opposition. As we're looking forward to 2027 elections right there. So much really happening right there from Abuja Network Studio, Abuja Studio. From there, we'll be stepping over to Lagos Patricia is also standing by at the Lagos to continue with the conversation on This Morning on Night TV.
Good morning and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Network studio. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. It's good to have you this morning. You know, we're going to be looking at the political ripple, Obi and Kwankwaso's move from ADC to NDC, the broader impact on 2027 general election. Is the impact going to be positive or negative? Those are the things we're going to be looking at from our Lagos Network studio this morning. And to do this with me, okay, as usual, I have Mr. Tony Waje. Mr. Tony Waje is in the house this morning. I'm so excited to have him seated. Mr. Tony Waje is the political analyst. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, good morning, Nigerians.
Thank you for having time to come here.
Thank you.
Okay, so Sam was saying a politics analyst here with morning to look the political ripple in Nigeria. Dr. Sam, good to It's a few months away from the 2027 elections, and there's been movement from one party to another. And all of this is, you know, beginning to raise questions. Do these people moving from one party to another have the time to be able to put themselves together and have a credible opposition party? But let's go straight to, let me start with you, Mr. Tony. What are the key political implications of Obi and Kwankwaso's move from ADC to NDC?
Let me just put it this way. They've moved from ADC to NDC. But I have an issue with it. My personal opinion, though. I was expecting a formidable opposition formation, to deal with the present, situation with South created by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in his presidency. Because we have to say,
this is not his first time, so he's a regular Mahi. In one of the interviews, I heard him say, I will win the ticket. You could see how bold he is. When it comes to winning primaries, he's a champion. We give it to him. But now we're not talking about people who win primary. We're looking at people who win election. So that's what we should be looking at. So I think for me, the move, well, like he said, is short, but it's necessary. Because don't forget that even ADC still have a lot of court cases, about 3 or 4. So we don't even know how it's going to turn out at the end of the day. So they themselves have a lot of uncertainty. That they are not even sure of how it's going to come out. And don't forget
but now we have NDC. So this is so
you see, even between AD and NDC, it's about APC and these two political parties you just mentioned. Because you can see, coins has been flipped. Can you see that? And at the moment, Atiku camp accusing, Peter Obi and Kwankwaso for that move. I watched on TV yesterday, I saw Bolaji Abdullahi, spokesperson for ADC, lambasting Peter Obi's move. I saw Dati Yusuf Ahmed yesterday, had a press conference, blasting Peter Obi for that move. ADC people too are accusing, NDC people too are accusing ADC for going to the social media and messing, So it's becoming messy now. So what do you expect? Now ADC, APC is sitting quiet. Because nobody is talking about APC right now. They're not, the fight is between two of them right now. So that has been the calculation. The mistake they made, they didn't envisage this coming. If they had envisaged that this was going to turn out, they would have think properly and be proactive. Now, APC is just sitting quietly and watching the drama between the two supposed words for me. They want, but now and two of them are fighting. And APC is quiet. And this is what is going to happen. When you say, you projected that it will not be the same into 2020 election, I beg to disagree. Because I don't see, I'm not seeing it happening because we're talking about a sitting president at the moment. And you're talking about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. When it comes to political strategy and all that, how is it going to be possible? Buhari then and his people were edging him out. But he moved 3 weeks to the prime in Abuja and he was able to be realistic because I don't want to sweet talk anything. It's clear what we're seeing today changes tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to happen. How? The man is just sitting down watching. Now there's a crisis within that same opposition. We're expecting things to be done differently. That's my fear. I'm not happy with the split. I don't like it because it's a repeat and we're heading in the same direction. No new, INEC is not, they're not even doing anything. No voter education, no new registration of, because a lot of people want to vote at this point. INEC is not doing that. And then who told you that there's going to be a level playing field? Who told you they're not interested? They're calculating already. Money is being moved here and there. Just watch.
Okay, Mr.
I like being realistic.
Yes,
I like being realistic. It will be moving.
Mr. Tony,
okay.
Mr. Tony, I like the fact that you're being realistic, and that's why I'm going to ask this question for you to further let the viewers out there know what you feel would have been a different playground that you were expecting from the opposition parties.
I was expecting, like right now, the opposition party supposed to be the ADC. Forget the bottlenecks and all the whatever the distraction from the ruling party, the court cases and all that. I would say, no matter what, it's about winning an election. And if you actually believe that the sole purpose of our gathering is to rescue Nigeria from the present state, they're supposed to put everything together. You know very well that things like this will happen. Where you have Kwankwaso, you have Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, you have Peter Obi, you have Rotimi Amechi, you have Rufai. Forget this because definitely will come out someday. And others in one room. What do you expect? What do you expect? But the situation where everybody wants to run. This one, I want to be president. I want to be president. That's the problem. Selfishness. But I was expecting a situation when they come together. They said, please, this is our focus. Please, let's lower our guards. How do we rescue? Nigeria should be the issue at that table. How do we rescue Nigeria from paying 1,500 naira for fuel or 1,400 naira for a liter of fuel, 1,400 naira for a kilogram of gas? I mean, the difficulty, Nigerians are currently facing, how do we rescue them? That should be the center point of the discussion. But I didn't see that. Now, moving from party A to B, the ruling party is still watching. And then they move to that NDC. Tell me what happens again. It's possible because we have almost 10 months to election. So it's possible they can still go there and cause that same crisis. So what happened? What's going to happen at that point? That's what I'm saying. So if you have stayed in this party and face whatever, that the president administration is going to throw at them, and see how they can work around it. Just the way they faced the court. When their name was, the NWC was removed from their portal, they disagreed with the president and they said, we're going to go this way. Face it till the election comes. Be unified. Bring unity to the table and drop your ambition somewhere. I don't see how it's going to happen because it's going to happen again at NDC. Markets. Today is what? 5th of May. Watch what's going to happen between now and next week in NDC.
Already
so
we have
how going to continue? You
can't
continue. Sit down and solve your problem. They're moving from... I don't know.
I see how you feel
it's
about
not about
that.
to be. It's how say, but I don't know how we're going to be. Nigeria cannot be better if we continue to do politics this way. You know the person sitting down, his life is about politics. how are we going to, we can't rescue Nigeria, in my opinion, though.
Let's look at ideology and strategy. How significant is the role of political ideology versus strategy in this move? Just like he's saying, do you think it was a wrong move?
Well, like I said, a lot could have happened in the ADC that we don't know, because some of the things we are saying is based on some of the things that we have had them say. And I want to believe that they didn't tell us in details. Don't forget that a part of the internal issues they have, I'm coming to you, a part of the internal issues they also have issues with the ruling party, with the kind of things they are throwing at them. The INEC is there, the court is there. Okay, now what we take for instance that, okay, the Supreme Court had eventually, okay, David back your court. We don't know the decision of the court. What if the court rule against them? They have to now move to appeal court. Time is also going. If they win in appeal court, the other people could also do the same. Before you know, they have to get to Supreme Court. The time is also not there for them. Because the whole idea for me on the ruling party, they don't want an opposition party, and they can do everything possible to ensure that it collapses. Now, internally, they also have their own issue. We have the heavyweights who are also in the same boat, you know, fighting for the same tickets. And none of them is actually ready to come down for another.
So that's what Mr. Tony is
yes,
saying.
Yes, no, I'm heading somewhere.
It's a personal thing. They're not looking at Nigeria at large.
Looking at Nigeria at large, but there's nothing we can do because Nigeria will have to go through a political party. The same Nigerians who are the real opposition this time around, they are the one feeling the heat of this whole thing. You know, so the president himself by now should have known that the country is too hot for the people, for the citizen. If he doesn't know, then he's lying to himself. So forget about the issue of him saying that probably they are not seeing, when Nigerians are not seeing, or anybody that is not seeing what he's doing, they should probably give them an eyeglass. I'm sorry to say, with all humility, sometimes the eyeglasses too that people use expired. So he should have to probably check his own, because it's biting on us. Fuel today.
Mr. Tony, does your eyeglass expire?
No, it doesn't. I don't need to wear Jigibola.
You understand me? So these are some of the challenges. So when you are telling us that we need an eyeglass and we are feeling it directly, I think probably he has to probably change his own eyeglass too, so that we can create a balance. Maybe you'll be able to see what we are saying. So it is based on this. The ideology of Nigerians are formed. They needed somebody they can trust. They needed somebody that can be the doorway for them. Irrespective of who the person is. They've not tried it before. I've said it here before. The system went on for 4 years. After 4 years, we are not comfortable with you, we change. But the ideology of some of these people, particularly that of Obi, I'm not. You see, some line that because they feel like, okay, he's speaking their language and the rest. Why the others? They are seeing them that these guys have once been at this level. What have they actually come up with? Some of these problems that we even have, some of these crises, they were contributors of it at one point or the other. So this is where the ideology comes in. So Nigerians feel that this guy is in a better position to be able to drive the ideology considering his track record. But he himself too felt that, okay, if he's given the mandate, he'll be able to do this. He has promised Nigeria that he can do it in 4 years. So he too have decided to move. After all, he had people who tell him, anywhere you go, we will go with you. And because he wants to also be in charge, like I said, the ideology of Nigerians, most of the Nigerians, let me use that word, particularly the young mind, and that of Peter will be somehow aligned. So they have the same ideology. So they don't mind the party condition, whatever the party stands for. They don't care about it. What they're after is, we have our man there. When he goes in, he will drive our course. So I think that's where the matter is now.
Okay, when he goes in there, he will drive their course. And we don't know if he can go in anywhere from what Mr. Tony is saying. I mean, but let's look at INEC's preparation and the expectation for the 2027 elections. Does this development influence INEC's preparations and expectations in 2027?
You see, when it comes to INEC, I don't have to open INEC. And I think I know that the Nigerians too don't believe in INEC, especially the present champ, because the showed his hands too early. Nigerian cannot make headway in an election appoints an INEC chairman. Forget, even if they are preparing, we are seeing it. We know the answer.
But former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan did it.
Yeah, but you just said it. Jonathan. We're talking about the present occupant of Aso Rock. He appoints, and then when Jonathan was even there, he did not appoint somebody from his region. He didn't appoint somebody from his region. But that is what we're seeing since Buhari came until now. That's what we're having. And they call these people, they tell them, give them templates, you're going to be this, and then go announce it. Nigeria cannot work like that. The president, INEC cannot do, they are not independent. Forget the I. INEC is not independent. They are told to the president. Everybody wants to see the president. He dictates to them. I mean, we cannot, they are not even prepared to make it. I mean, litigation here and there against political parties. I've not seen them say anything negative about APC. It's just the opposition all the time. So why is the preparedness? That's why I said, right now, what I was expecting that INEC should be doing is continuous registration, because I know a lot of people may want to vote. Not me. We definitely want to vote in the coming election, because based on what you are seeing today, the present predicament of this country has propelled a lot of people to say, we're going to participate in next election. We want to see maybe my vote will count. But again, my vote will count with INEC. It's not possible. But at least pretend to do something. We have no voter education. I remember even last, the former INEC executive, I remember this, is it Okoye? The guy was always on TV talking about voter, preparing people for election. You don't need to wait for 3 months to election before you must continue now. Continuous voter registration. You don't announce you're going to do it in 3 weeks' time. No, you walk into a local government, you register. There shouldn't be any ambiguity about it. That is when that's when I believe that we're actually preparing. Because we need to add to that number. We need to add to that number. So when people come out to vote in high number, it will be very difficult to rig. So they like it this way. So when you look at what's going on at the moment, you sit down all the time. It's about a movement from here, political, and this one is moving. They're paying us enough. I mean, okay, we have. What about those ones at the states? It's only to read the election results. I mean, we're not seeing anything.
Okay, in your view, is INEC prepared?
INEC is not prepared as far as I'm concerned, because everything shows, just like Mr. Tony has rightly said, you could see it. It's just about court cases, one particular issue and the other, just suppressing the opposition. So for me, INEC is not prepared, and they are not looking prepared. Rather, they look like people who are actually working with a template or a script that's already been handed over to them, you know, to ensure that probably the ruling party remain in power or the oppositions are not even there at all. So they look like people who are actually working with a script that's handed over.
Okay, quickly, in your views, does this strengthen or weaken democratic competition in Nigeria?
Of course. Yes.
It weakens or strengthens?
It weakens. I mean, a situation whereby you don't want opposition, INEC is not prepared. Democracy is, you know, this is not democracy. This is civil rule, because democracy is supposed to be propelled by the people. But right now, what we're having is a one-man show. And it weakens opposition, it weakens democracy, it weakens anything that weakens opposition, participation in politics, in the governance of a nation, weakens democracy. And that is what the other day I saw the president say, I'm a Democrat. How can we? I mean, it's not too good. It's nothing is working.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So like you said, it weakens democracy, and it will keep weakening it if something is not actually done. Because that's the state we are in now. Nigerians are, as we are talking now, even right in the studio, we are not even sure of the next move. Just like we are saying now, we are thinking about, okay, NDC, we are looking at ADC, but again, when you check the factors, you will know that they are also weakened. So it's like everything still revolves around, you know, INEC template that they are running with, and which is really, really and one-man show that is actually taking place. Because, like he said, we've never had INEC had an issue with the ruling party till date, whether in pretend or in sincerity, it's always a pass. But the opposition go to court, either they are accusing you of this or they are fighting over this. They just want issue or the other. And the reason for all this is just to keep weakening them. Now you could see that the coalition now is broken. That is part of their dream. And then they're having internal issues. These are part of the dream. And as long as it continues, it weakens it. But I would like to say that Nigeria should still stay on.
I'm optimistic, yeah. I believe, I pray.
So I wanted one last word from you for
I'm optimistic. I pray things change maybe tomorrow.
You have the hope that
definitely things will change. Nigeria will be better than this.
I also believe that things will change. The dust will definitely settle. Definitely.
Okay. Hopefully the dust will settle and hopefully it will be better in time to come. That's every Nigerian's prayer and every Nigerian's wish. But Nigerians are also wishing they have a credible opposition party, and we hope this happens in the forthcoming elections. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming today. Time always runs fast. I don't know why. Mr. Tony, it's you that is running the time. With you, time always runs very fast. Anyway, thank you for finding time to come and discuss Nigeria.
Good morning. This is TMI Socials. I am Nuoluwa Stevens, better still call me your social media butterfly, officially welcoming you to the city that never sleeps, just like Lagos, the social media streets. But today we begin in Abuja, where hashtag Justice for Justice Crack has been trending online, as we did see in the news that the Department of State Services DSS arraigned a Nigerian blogger and activist, Justice Mark Chidebere, popularly known as Justice Crack, before the Federal High Court in Abuja over allegations of incitement. Well, according to reports, immediately after the arraignment yesterday, the activist was taken back to DSS custody, raising fresh concerns about continued detention. The courtroom was reportedly packed with security operatives and observers, while journalists were prevented from gaining access to cover the proceedings. Now, let's take a feel at how it all went down yesterday in Abuja. Take a look.
We not go green. We not go green. Free justice crack. We not go green. Free justice crack. Free justice crack. Free Nigeria is free. Free justice crack. DSS let them go. People are free. Free justice crack. See justice crack. See justice crack. See justice crack. See justice crack. Justice, nothing we have. Free justice crack. Free justice crack. Free justice crack. Free justice crack. Free justice.
Well, let's look at the moment when Omoyele Sowore actually spoke to one of the officials right there in the federal government. Take a look.
That's my own decision. I won't ask anybody to go and do the what. No, it doesn't run like that.
But you know, as the Minister of Justice, it's your duty to do justice from wherever you are. Whether you are in Paris, because you are the Minister of Justice of the Federation of Nigeria, you are the Attorney General of the Federation. If it warrants that you take a decision that saves someone's life, are you saying you will not take decision because you are not in town?
This one does not affect. You know, when you talk of life, everybody is like, even breathing and everything is life. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
But on this occasion, I don't see the need for it to take any decision under pressure, merely because I've heard one side, I've not heard the other side. So you have to wait till Wednesday, if need be. That's my decision. I'm sorry, Mr. Shore.
Well, we disagree with you, Minister, but I've heard you.
Well, wondering what really is going on. Justice Craig, an activist just like Randy Peter and the likes, was arrested because of a viral video that he made that went viral over the state of food that a particular section of the security outfits receive in Nigeria, and that sparked a lot of reactions, and now we're seeing more reactions from the DSS. But let's move over to the comment section and see what you have been saying on this trending story. We'll start off with this user who wrote on X, "Freedom of speech does not guarantee freedom after speech. May God have mercy on us in Nigeria." Another user reacting to this one wrote, let's see what we have next. This user says, "Instead of working on issues the people complain about, they would want to suppress the issues by oppressing or arresting the complainant. How can we grow greater in such ways?" Okay, well, still reacting to this story, this user wrote on X, "Not just they give more fame to all these content creators. That's simply what the government is doing." Now, away from that, we move over to the University of Cross River, where a grieved student of the University of Cross River yesterday grounded part of Calabar in a violent protest following the death of 3 of their colleagues and the driver they alleged died due to negligence at the General Hospital in Calabar. Now, the protest, which began from the university campus along Mary Celeste Avenue, quickly escalated by students marched in large numbers, blocking major roads, vandalizing signages, and heading straight to the hospital before proceeding to the governor's office. Now, we also saw a viral moment of when the police actually tear gas students right there in the school. Take a look. Now let's take a listen to a viral video of one of the students explaining what actually led to the protest. Take a listen.
I'm saying this with a heavy heart because when that incident took place, I went there around 11 o'clock to foresee everything myself. I was supposed to be in that bus also, but I don't know what happened. I did not travel that very day. The government killed our comrades. Yes. Lucky was not dead. Yes. There was only one person that died in that incident. They're very lucky. They left about 4 hospitals. Down to Teaching Hospital. They rejected it, but there's no space. I was there. We took them to General Hospital. The General Hospital, there was no space.
Well, we also had a viral moment online of persons saying right there at the scene yesterday of the protest, police allegedly shot students. But let's have the press release that was brought out last night from the Cross River State Police Command, saying that there was nothing like that. Nobody actually was shot by the police. If we could have that on, yes, we had that yesterday on X. Now, moving over to reactions and the tweet on the story. This user wrote on X, this one says, "Why tear gassing peaceful protesters? Where did they get this idea from?" Interesting. Another user wrote on X, "Deploying police on students over protest? Nigeria, why?" Well, still on the story, this user says, "This is a very disturbing situation." Absolutely. Now, we hope that things get better and the situation is actually, calm in that school. But moving on, let's talk politics now. Now, this time around, there's Oyo Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has said something really interesting, as he has expressed confidence that the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, will produce Nigeria's next president in the 2027 general election. Now, Makinde made the assertion on Monday while addressing party members and stakeholders at the 103rd National Executive Committee meeting of the PDP faction held in Abuja. Let's take a listen.
But you know what? We should write it down. This gathering will produce House of Assembly members, will produce House of Reps members, will produce senators, will produce governors, and will produce the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Well, do you believe this interesting statement? Let's see what you have been saying online. For some persons, it's the amen. For me, like, it's one kind of prayer. Politics. Now, this user wrote on X, Makinde and Turkai have nothing to lose. Wike is just facing nightmare. Push me, I push you. Whatever that means, really. Another user on X wrote, this one says, Makinde, as much as I like you, this can only happen in your dreams, sir. Ouch. Well, still in this bit, this user wrote, this Seyi Makinde PDP is really funny. Are they trying to fool ignorant members of your party or what? What is the meaning of all this posturing? Interesting. Well, moving away from that, let's go over to Ogun State. Yes, Ogun State, where the first batch of the 345 Muslim pilgrims from Ogun State has safely arrived in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the 2026 Hajj exercise, marking a historic milestone for the state's aviation and pilgrimage operations. Now, video circulating currently online was when the governor of Ogun State, Dapo Abiodun, was praying for them just before takeoff in Yoruba and English. Take a listen.
Pilgrims that are being airlifted from Gateway International Airport direct to Saudi Arabia. Not only are you the first set of pilgrims that are going from Gateway Airport to Saudi, you are the first set of passengers that are traveling international from this airport. And you are boarding the largest aircraft that has ever landed at this airport. Eko Orire, Adúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run. Salu Anabi Karim, Salu Anabi Mustafa, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ọlọ́run tó bá mú gbogbo àdúrà yìí lọ sílé àṣẹ tí ó fi ní àǹfààní láti ṣe hajj ọdún yìí. Ọlọ́run náà á jẹ́ kí bàálù yìí á gbéra láyọ̀, á fò láyọ̀, á gúnlẹ̀ láyọ̀. Ọlọ́run á mú gbogbo àdúrà tó máa ṣe ní hajj náà á mú lọ sílé àṣẹ.
Well, and the church says, Ami. Now reacting to these online, let's see what you have been saying. This user wrote on X. Let's have our first tweet if we can. This one says, I would have applauded you if it were Ogun youth traveling to China, JACPA or wherever on state education sponsored program. Why are we sending Christians and Muslims abroad for pilgrimage? It doesn't change their status. Many return home to continue wallowing in poverty. Another user still reacting to this story says, no matter the good gesture, people will complain. Do your best and leave the best for posterity. You can't satisfy Nigerians. Okay, we're still in this beat. This user wrote, so how does that improve the fortunes of Ogun indigenes? Stop this wasteful venture now. Religion is private and personal, not a collective venture. Okay, well, interestingly, this is how we get a wrap up TMI Socials this morning. Thank you so much for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwapo Stevens, and on behalf of the team right here in Edo State and also in Abuja and Lagos, we'll see you again tomorrow. Please stay safe and goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Survey. We are currently in the market to get to know the effect of the new fuel price on goods, if the traders are adapting well with the new fuel price or if it have affected trade here in the market. So come with me as we get to know the effect on the current price of fuel on the traders and on the goods and services they sell. I am Stephanie Notoriwa.
In recent times, Nigerians have continued to grapple with a steady increase in the price of fuel, a development that is gradually affecting every aspect of daily life. From transportation to the cost of basic goods and services, the impact is being felt across market and households. For traders, the rising cost of moving goods from one place to another has become a major challenge, forcing many to adjust their prices just to stay in business. Buyers are not left out, as many now struggle to afford items that were once considered basic necessity. On this edition of Market Survey, we'll take a closer look at how the increase in fuel price is affecting traders, the price of goods, and the general cost of living.
The current price of fuel, they affect your business?
The current price of fuel, they affect this business well. In the initial time before, when fuel come down, we dey carry one bag 500, 700. But now one bag now 1,000 naira. So they affect the fuel. Even the drivers, they go affect market people when they say Gary give us. Then who they say the Gary to go see affect us. So we want federal government to please reduce the fuel price for us, so that everybody will meet up to everybody's needs. That is what we want the federal government to do for us.
So if you want me to reduce, and like how much you say me they sell fuel for 1 liter?
According to Nigeria situation, if you reduce that to like 800, 700, or even 500, so that everything go well for everybody. As they say, it's not easy for the country, but we just manage and they go.
Is affecting everybody. You cannot buy anything from the market. Rice don't go up. Even from here to a gallon na 400. We didn't carry 200 before. Now 400. POS now when I see the money they do. If you tell me 10,000 300 naira, they'll tell you no, now 200, now 100 naira. They're not agree pay charges. Everything too hard for this country. If they want help us, when they help us, they don't help us, when they tell us.
So if they want reduce fuel, like how much if you say they feel they sell?
When they carry the fuel, if they put out for even that 1,000 naira self is too much. Because people when they drive bus, they get family, they get things to do. The expensive step for this country, 900 is okay. I beg. May they help us. May they put up on 900. If at all, we'll see the man and say, okay, 900. If you see best small fuel now, and then they lock the fuel pipe. That fuel of 1,400. You know, over there from a ring road, reach a look, it don't finish. Why now? Me man they vote again. Look my face where I know they vote. Because you vote, you not vote, they go put the up for there. They know they vote. Because everybody now stay your ass. If I be president of this country, I don't need me to vote for me more rest. Man, I put me for them in a room. I don't vote, I don't get voter's card. I go throw it up beside toilet.
Well, you think if they reduce fuel, everything go come down?
If they reduce fuel, it go better small. At least now, pure water now would they buy 300 naira, now 200 naira. At least it go come down. People when they say pure water, but they say 400, 300. Was it they buy a pure water 300? I was it they passion they go if at all. Rest go come down, everything go come down. If I they smell, I go they smell. Then they do dash money again. Before that year, if you go message, they'll dash you 100 naira. You know they, that's where money again. So I bet when they see the reason with us.
This okra, what they say so. I found a buy before 4,000. I go market today now. No, they week now. 12,000, 14, 15, 16. And the motor one hectare go. Before now 500 the hectare they go no be 700 come back. What did they have?
This fuel price now we don't increase, it affect your market?
They affect my market well, not be small. They affect us well. You see now, before we dey buy this okra for 4,000. Now we don't dey buy okra for 15,000. Every week we tell the town say, why not put up for 50,000, 60,000? They will tell us say the motor, the money when they tell the carry and they come for where they sell. And say the money is too much. Shebi you see, and before when we want share this okra, the okra say if we buy 500, we will still reach there stay cook.
This fuel price now we say don't increase. How it they affect your business?
My sister, excess. They affect mostly me. Oh, they affect me. Now they tell my neighbor say, fuel where I buy yesterday 8,000, don't finish. I don't tire.
So now tomatoes where they carry, now they affect the price where they carry.
Before we they buy tomatoes 25. Yesterday I buy 65,000. 65. Pepper where would they buy 25 is now 50. So I beg, make them help us.
They won't reduce the fuel. Now how much if you say go down, sell away, be say everybody go enjoy.
If they reduce down to 500 because the poor they cry, we they suffer. No markets. We no fit feed. We no fit pay us rent. I beg. You know, not say the country now no lights. Now the fuel we take they manage our life. I beg.
This fuel wey they don't increase, now it they affect your business.
Overfed, it not be small. We they affect us. Where would they pay 200 now 500? Now would they pay? The thing it not be small thing. You don't turn the market upside down. Where till you go buy? Before you go buy something, now you receive the transport. You come weak. Everything can increase. Fish not the let buy. Akabu not the let buy. You see sugar, you see granite. If you want to talk now, they say fuel. They'll talk now, they'll say fuel. So the thing get as if may government may still help the poor. May of CC leg take run, meet our mates. Now that one I get to talk. May they beg government.
So if they won't reduce the price of fuel now, how much if you say the office sell and maybe say everybody go feel benefit, go enjoy it?
If the fee sell it at like 700, if my myself, you don't make the son of 500. Because no light. If you want 100, now fuel. Light not there. Now the cost I want pop water now like 3 days now we not see light take pop water. Now fuel now they use. If you buy 5,000 fuel, you know the rich us they pop a tank full.
The fuel price now they say now they don't increase fuel. How did it they affect on our business?
As the fuel increase now, it affect our business. Why? Before we used to pay each cow from like Udul market to Bini, we used to pay like 45, 48, also 50,000. But now we are almost pay 80, 85 and 90. So when the market increase, when the cow increase, so the movement of our market is also increase. Why is that? Very soon now we are about to, before we are cutting meat 500, 1,000 and also 200. But why? Because of the market cost now. We are unable to not wanted to cut 200 anymore. Why? Because of the foil. But when the foil go down now, the price of the cow will go down. But when the foil increase, the price of the cow increase. But the meat before, the meat now we cut 300, 200 now. We are about to stop it now. We don't want to sell any 200 and 3. Now we are about to, we are wanted to get that way so that we're not supposed to cut 200 naira meat and also 300. But we can cut only from 500, 1,000 and above because of the fuel increase. Why? Before the transfer from Adamawa to here, before we used to pay 80. But now as fuel increase, now we are pay each cow 130,000 naira. Why from Adamawa to Bini? But when the cow increase the price, that is normal. The meat must add the price. Like before, we are selling 1 lap for here, 1 lap for cow complete. We are selling it 250, 280, and also 300. But now, if you not sell a reach 350, 400, that means we cannot see any profit about it. And the assorted, the complete assorted before we are selling on the slaughter at the red price at the 120, 130. Now we are selling about 150, 160. Also like the full of the 80, what would they sell? Before 80, 90, you don't get full completed. But why? Because of all those things now. If you not sell that complete, 120, 130, your money will not complete. So all the market now, some people now that try to stop sale because they don't tire. You can go north, buy car, carry and come transport. All the way, each one can now, you cannot get 20 or 30,000 naira. Some people they will bring and lose because of say the transport. But when the transport reduce, at least when the transport, at least before we are paying 35, even 40 for each one car. So when you don't calculate, for example, you buy car 1 million, you come put transport now 40,000 naira, put expenses, both the food and the water you go drink 10,000 naira. So when you sell maybe 1.1, you don't get like 50,000. We are unable to sell, get your money and went to market and buy another one. But all because of those things now, so people will bring and spend all these expenses now, and end of the day they will lose. So many people have stopped. Anyone that you see on this race now is very stronger person. Is the person that will not, is the person that is stay for the business and you know they fear the business. But some people are unable to stop. So like now more you people help us tell government. Men and tell say the fuel now, the increase of the fuel now, and they increase every traders, now they increase every investor. So now when the fuel now address government, when the fuel now come down, for example now let fuel 500 naira. When they are selling fuel 500 naira now, so each one car where they carry from north like Kano, Adamawa, Meduguri, and also Barrier Net Place now. All the calculation they pass 40, 45. But now each transport now they pay off to 100 and above. So how can we meet up? So we address you people now to explain to the government, please, let the fuel come down.
The fuel business, the fuel increase, where the money where they have for fuel, I say they affect business.
Sister, you know they easy. You know they easy to us. Because before the carry car is 20,000, 30,000. Now it's going to 100,000. So they affect our business very well. I mean, help us to take government to carry the fuel come down so that market go, they go to us, to everybody. But now, you know they easy, I swear.
So like how much if you say me that they sell fuel now for 1 liter?
Like 500 naira go they okay so that things go see come down some more. So that we fit continue life.
So now as it be like this, so customer they get customer they buy, they patronize.
Sister, some complain too much. They complain well. Customer will go cut meat 200. They will begin the shout, say IB. We're able to try to increase on 500 because why? The thing's too hard. The market too hard. So now 500 they want the cut meat now. I beg, una help us tell government to carry the fuel down so that everything go good to us. I beg. Now my message to now.
And now when we say they don't increase fuel like this, it affects your market where they say.
Yeah. This market before now, you buy this one like 75,000. By now, because of only this reason, the cost, fuel down cost, I buy this one like 100,000 with 95. By now, I'm very surprised because of this market don't change. Some people you don't buy market for my hand because of fuel down cost. If you touch a customer, I say fuel down cost, no, say market by now because of only fuel is the cost. We not say market by now. It says small market. Last time you go, I buy. Last 2 weeks ago, I buy this one. Like 1 bag, I be 1 bag and the half bag. By now I say only half bag with half bag and the quarter bag. Because of the fuel, the cost is the problem for my market. By now, all this reason.
So how much if you say make government they put fuel price now? We say it go there, we say everybody go fit buy them.
By now I say government they talk for this matter. I need for my might. I say only I buy this one before I say this one like this cabbage I say like 700 500 small. By now big one I say this one like 1,000 because of market don't change down or price It's increase, maybe decrease, increase.
So if they say me you talk like how much you want me they sell fuel now for 1 liter, how much you want me they sell fuel?
Before now I be buy liter like 900 with something that. By now I buy liter. Some people they sell liter 13, 16, 14, 15.
So how much you want me to sell and may come down? How much you want me to come down?
Like 300, 350, 500 with something that is good.
How the market?
Fine, everywhere good.
So now we say they don't increase fuel. It affect your market.
You say now we say
they don't increase fuel. Now we say fuel don't high. It affects your market where you say.
It affects every market because even to everything we do now, everything don't increase. So me I know they happy. But based on say Nigeria no balance, I they take a small. Maybe like say person go thief or do one or two another. Everything don't increase. Me I know they happy.
So how much if you say if the fuel will come down, how much if you say they're supposed to sell them?
Pure water.
No, fuel.
They're supposed to, Nigeria is supposed to sell for at least, maybe I say too low. For one this offer 1,000 for it too high. And which is, if you want to go something like, now this will look to Ring Road, they will say bring someone there, which is not good. And no, if you want to if you don't get that kind of money, that means you go stress your life. It's not good. The gay hype, me, I don't like it. They make people the verse. I don't like it.
So how much do they sell pure water now? How many pure water be your general?
Now pure water now 200 now based on our customer where they go they sell them bag. So we they sell them 200 naira. So
how much does they carry bag?
A bag of water na 500 naira.
The increase in fuel price continued to have a ripple effect on the economy, with both traders and consumers feeling the strain. As transportation costs rise, so do the prices of goods, making it more difficult for many Nigerians to meet their daily needs. For traders, survival now means adjusting to harsh realities, while for consumers, it often means cutting down on expenses. With no immediate relief in sight, many are left hoping for solutions that will ease the burden and bring stability to the market. Only time will tell how long Nigerians can cope with the growing impact of rising fuel costs on everyday life.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and generally you could tell that the new fuel price is affecting traders and the goods that they sell, because currently they're having low turnout of consumers and low patronage due to the current fuel price that has increased the goods that they sell, the price of goods that they sell. So yes, and generally they've appealed to the government to at least reduce the fuel price to 500 naira per liter. That way it could at least be favorable to the marketers and also the consumers. And that's the end on today's edition on Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notodiua. Thank you so much for staying tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. So today on Viewpoint, let's talk about the insecurity that has been affecting Nigeria as a country and how it affects our economy, our agricultural sector, and most importantly, our means of livelihood.
Security is the most important element if you are talking about whether state development or national development. No investment can thrive when there is no guaranteed security. And I don't think any economy can grow. I don't think any country can do well if the security architecture of that country is not such that it's able to arrest things that will make investors scared to put their investments in that very environment. And then on the issue of Donald Trump, some people say it's threatening Nigeria, but I don't think it's threatening Nigeria. The issues raised that led to Donald Trump and the Secretary of War of the United States wanting to come to Nigeria, those issues, are they real? Those are the questions to ask. The killings, are they real? Is there massacre of people, whether Christians or non-Christians? I don't believe that the people that are doing it, that they are Muslims, because I do know that Islam does not encourage killings. So for them to think that they are on some mission for God in quotes, and nobody has been able to stop them. We have a country where the security agencies have not been able to curb these things for so many years. 8 years of Buhari is gone. We are post 2 years now in total arbitration, that's 10 years. And in a country like Nigeria, you still see where they will show you on video where people are being killed and buried. The question when some people talk, the question I always ask them is it because those that are affected are not directly related to it? So I think that the American government, coming out to say that if Nigeria cannot solve it, they want to come and solve it. I think it's a wake-up call on one, the president, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, who is the chief security officer of Nigeria, to either do the needful and let every Nigerian feel protected within our country.
As of today, obviously insecurity has become a thing of concern for every Nigerian. And primarily from our own research, I personally have realized that the insecurity is given birth to by Nigerians themselves, in line with the high rate of corruption in the system. Insecurity can only reduce when the corruption level is reduced. The primary cause of insecurity in our society is lack of consequences to crime. So if there are consequences, as we all know, the Nigerians are very good in abiding to laws when there is consequences to the crime they commit. So the Nigerians are very good in taking advantage of loopholes when there is no consequences to their crime. If you pay attention to Nigerians that are in diaspora today, you realize that 80% of them are very law-abiding over there. The primary reason for that is because in the Western world, the consequences to crime is not negotiable. So, but coming back home today, we all have seen it, taking a negative tone on our society, and we all are, affected by it in one way or the other. Talking about foreign intervention to Nigeria, we all, I wouldn't say we all know, but for me, it is obviously clear that this was expected at a point. It's in two ways. One way is because of the applications of the current federal government, the steps they are taking to boycott American. The country we are living in right now is a one-party system. And obviously, it's not healthy for the country. We see governors, everybody moving to APC today. So Nigeria is in the state of in the state of surgery. So we need a surgery at this point, because a society that does not have a competitor is as good as doomed.
What I'm about to say right now is concerning the herdsmen that come to our community here. Those are rear cow. They normally come with their cow to eat people cross here in my community here. They used to come with their cow, instead of them to move along the road so that their cow will not eat grass from the road. They will take those cows to the people's farm in community. They will be eating their cross. Some will have cassava, some will have yam. Those cows will not destroy those cross in their farm. Many occasions, those people, they will come to me, started explaining what is going on in their farm concerning the herdsmen with their cow. We don't want such a thing from the community. The way they are damaging people crossing here in community is very bad. Also, in our secondary school in Umtekon here is very bad. There is no window in those schools, no door. There are some iron shed that those children are using to sit in the school. Some boys, we don't know them, they will go there, destroy those shed, pack those iron and bend it, fold it and take it to somewhere they will go and sell those iron. It's the iron that they are taking from the shed. They will remove the wool that the children was supposed to write in school. They will remove those one away from the shed. They will fold the iron, take it away to go and sell it to wherever they want to sell it. We doesn't want such a thing in community. We are still pleading, we are begging so that they can also support us. It's supposed the school is well available for us. The school is well built. Those windows have been fixed. Those doors have been fixed. By the time those door or window are being locked, I believe that they can never go there and be stealing those iron share in school.
First and foremost, let me start with how it affects our livelihood. You will discover that when farmers can no longer access their farms, they can no longer cultivate crops, you find out that there is food shortage and there is food insecurity. People will be hungry, and the few crops or agricultural products, the price will skyrocket, which will result in inflation. And if the prices of foodstuff increase, every other thing will increase to catch up with the prices of foodstuff. You'll find out that when there is insecurity, people can no longer travel. You find out that you see situations where buses are stopped and everybody is kidnapped. How will people do interstate and intercity economic matters or businesses? You find out that everyone is holed up in his own state or in his own city without being able to do cross-country businesses. And again, you find out that foreign investments run away from countries or places where there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity or fear of the unknown, money flies away. People start taking out their finances, their investments, and running away from that country. That is the problem Nigeria is facing, and it is not good for our economic development. And if need be, what stops us from asking for help? If your house is on fire and only you cannot quench the fire, will you not call in neighbors to help? I have spoken against his rhetoric before, but we should look beyond how he speaks. We all know Donald Trump, he will always be Trump. But we must look beyond that and see how we can be helped. Now, Donald Trump seems to have the list of people who are behind this mess that we are in. And so everyone is jittery. But Nigeria needs help. And if help is coming, we should accept it so that these bandits, these herdsmen can be driven away. We must not play politics with our security. If we need help, we should accept help.
Each
insecurity in Nigeria rages between banditry, insurgency, kidnapping, and of course, these ethnic clashes. We cannot rule that one out. Also, the farmer headers herdsmen clashes, we can also rule it out. And the fact remains that these have been so predominant in the north and southeast of Nigeria. And I think of recent, we started experiencing kidnapping in the south-south. Before now, at the advent of the democratic system in this era, there was this militants in the south-south. But I think at the moment, what we are experiencing now, one can only say that there is other hidden agenda which is not visible to the understanding of the natural man, because we discovered that in the north, a lot of religious crisis, so to say, because we see the Christians are being killed almost on daily basis, churches are burnt, and of recent, the United States of America alerted us that there is, of course, genocide, the massacre of the Christians in Nigeria, of which we are not ignorant of that fact, because it has been always on the news. In Benue, in Plateau, of course, Nasarawa, Borno, Adamawa, where the Christian Association of Nigeria chairman of that state was also killed. I think as it stands, the effect is so devastating. For example, you are going to discover that especially in the northern region, there's going to be restriction of movements, transportation, of course, also in the south, because you cannot move so freely because fear of being kidnapped is there, and this herdsmen issue, because like in our community of recent, we saw some of these people also creating some problem, resulting in killings, and of course, those things are likely to have adverse effects on our economy and of course in the movement of citizens.
Insecurity is affecting our culture, is affecting food production, short of food, short of yams. At the same time, years back, you see yams everywhere, plantains everywhere, and all that. So, if I may say, but Nigeria is a nation, country, and we also have stake. But since our government are proving the otherwise, what do you expect us to do? Everywhere insecurity. The city where we are, just the security, Fulani X-Men everywhere, Nitiala and all this terrorism and all that. Not until they browned these bandits as terrorists, I think they won't do anything about it. To a large extent, they're being funded by powers on high. At this point, Nigerians are helpless, and that's the gospel truth. We're helpless. The nation is on the standstill, nothing is working. Nothing at all is working. And so, if now our president is beginning to wake up and ask for assembly, it's the right call towards the right direction. They should wake up and do something. Because for too long, I think some persons are making profit out of this banditry and whatever is going on, this so-called Boko Haram and all that. How can you have in a nation, in a country that we are Nigeria, our nation, we have no other country, whether we travel to America, wherever, we're still Nigerians. Just imagine, in this same nation, we have Sharia law. Does it make any sense? And we say we want Nigeria. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know if we are Nigerians anymore. I don't know the right word to say. And I think the Northerners, it's high time they wake up to know we are Nigerians. We are one Nigeria, one nation. Nigeria is not for me alone, it's not for the North, it's not for the Igbos, it's not for the Yoruba, it's not for the Edos, it's not for the Shekiri or Jaws or whatever. It's for everybody. And when we wake up to that responsibility, I think and I believe Nigeria will go forward.
Insecurity of life
and property and the welfare of the citizenry is the primary obligation, the duty of the government as enshrined in our constitution, particularly under Chapter 2, precisely Section 14, Subsection 2B, where it says that the government primary responsibility shall be to provide welfare of the citizens and security of lives and property. And that, be that as it may, it seems that our security issue has lingered for such a long time, that it beginning to give some inferences, that people are beginning to infer that there's more to it. There are people who are cashing out on this, our insecurity, which shows that it's being politicized. There's more to it. But in my own honest view, I feel that whatever challenge you have in this insecurity can squarely be handled and tackled by the government, except that they are having some cold feet, probably because of some of their interests or inordinate benefits they are getting from it. Otherwise, if they are set to tackle insecurity, who are these insurgents that you cannot suppress? But because there are political motives, there are selfish, objectives, there are people who are making it here and there. I mean, insecurity or kidnapping and banditry have come in the realms of billions now. They now ask people for ransom in billions, in hundreds of millions. So it has become very profitable to indulge in. So people have been encouraged to get into it because government has provided a veritable ground for it to fester. So now, I think that since Nigeria is a sovereign nation, foreign intervention cannot happen. America cannot invade Nigeria without incurring the wrath of the international community. But as a sovereign nation, your internal affairs are to be managed and handled by you and not to another nation. But America being the number one world police of all the nations, you don't expect them to fold their hands and watch the gory scenes that are flowing out from from Nigeria every day, where people are being beheaded recklessly and ruthlessly, where people's lives have been turned upside down, people have been maimed and brutalized, people have been chased away from their ancestral homes, and nothing is being done, despite the amount of budget, huge, humongous money they've been budgeted for fighting insecurity. It ends up in private courts. And the kind of, when you fight a war, that those who are fighting it are part of it, it becomes difficult to win. But most of the people fighting insurgency and insecurity are part of the problem. So that's why it becomes a problem. So I don't think that it is impossible for America to invade Nigeria. It has happened in the past.
Now we blame first the federal government and the state government, not only Edo State. It's no more news. We are aware how the bandit came into Nigeria. I would not want to dwell on it too much. It affects the community, even the rural area. I have farmers that are even farming on their own inside my farm. I have almost 50 laborers. Do you know, if I didn't employ security people, that village would not have been going to farm at all. And yet, we are not feeling the impact of either the state government or the federal government. This place should be fair. What of Benue and Plateau? The government should wake up.
For a very long time now, the issue of our insecurity, has been quite alarming. Yes, as a nation that is suffering insecurity, the economy of such a country is going to be stagnated. As a country is also seeking to grow our economy, it is also very important that investors from around the world are attracted to invest into the economy. And then let's also look at our citizens. If there's unrest regarding, if the liberty of the people is being threatened, there's no how people can go about their daily endeavors. Right now, there's also the present issue that farmers no longer go to their farms because of the issue of banditry, kidnapping, and all of that, which is a major problem in our current society. It is also to that effect that we as human rights activists within our own capacity are trying out to the government to ensure that the right security apparatus is being employed, and then that the government of the day is trying to focus more their energy is being channeled to address the issues of insecurity as the ultimate unrest in our nation. With no reasons to dispute that Nigeria currently is going through security, like you rightly said. But then, as a president of the country, which we believe should also be inclined to international law, we see it as a disrespect, to Nigeria as a sovereign state. Yes, before we engage, there are rules of engagement. If Nigeria as a sovereign nation is in one way or the other having a bilateral agreement or a diplomatic agreement with the U.S., inviting the U.S. government to intervene in an issue, then it would be a different case. And then the reasons why I, as a person, which I'm also entitled to my opinion, will not support that effort is because the United States, when it comes to military intervention, has a very poor record, because we've seen instances of countries where they intervene and such countries were left in ruin, and Libya is a forceful example in Africa.
Amid insecurity that is currently affecting Nigeria as a country and its citizens, with different reactions from our respondents, who also called on the federal government to do the needful to boost the security of lives and properties of citizens. They also reacted and made reference to the intervention statement made by the United States of America's President Donald Trump, calling it a welcome development, and it should also be something that should be welcomed by the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
oyè aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá dọ́gí ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àlàyé àtọ́jú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
National Assembly fumes over xenophobic attacks, wants relationship with South Africa renewed. IGP says case file of Furu killer policeman moved to AGF's office for prosecution. Mother of Delta youth allegedly killed by police officers cries out for justice. NASU SANU strike disrupts smooth operations at University of Benin. Head-on collision on Third Mainland Bridge claims life of a mother. Good evening and welcome to ITV Network News. I am Wilson Omasha. And of course, from the Abuja studio, we have Joyce Ikago. Joyce, A wonderful evening to you.
Hi Wilson, good evening. How are you doing?
And of course, from our Lagos studio, we have Patricia Gabriel. Patricia, it's so good to see you.
Good to see you, Joyce and Wilson. It's good to see you this evening.
Well, now move about to
TV Live at www.itvradioNG.com/. Do us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and at ITV Radio. All right, let's go to the studio. The continuous xenophobic attacks against Nigerians and nationals of other African countries in South Africa was a major topic of discussion on the floor of the Nigerian Senate. Now, this is as the Senate strongly condemned the wave of attacks, describing them as barbaric and unacceptable. National Assembly correspondent Charity Tanko said that laws in the South Africa unchallenged towards the situation.
The resolution followed a motion of urgent national importance moved by Senator Akpan Ekong, representing Akwa Ibom South, who drew the attention of the Senate to the recurring attacks which he said have led to loss of lives, destruction of property, and persecution of Nigerians.
Beyond the physical attacks lies a deepening atmosphere of fear, humiliation, psychological trauma, and dehumanization, wherein Nigerians are increasingly profiled, haunted, and treated as though being a Nigerian national alone constitutes an offense.
Contributing to the debate, Senator Adams Oshomole called for stiffer sanctions against South African companies operating in Nigeria, urging for a review of bilateral relations. On his own part, former Senate President Ahmad Lawan had a diplomatic reference to State Muhammadu Buhari to address similar crises.
This Senate should adopt a position that MTN, a South African company that is cutting away millions of dollars from Nigeria every day, that Nigeria nationalize it and withdraw its license.
Mr. President, I would recommend that this Senate, after discussing, debating, and taking resolutions, we talk to the House of Reps. They should do the same. And then we have one parliamentary committee.
In his remarks, the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, condemned the attacks, stating that they are inconsistent with the principles of African unity and fundamental human rights.
We are not going to touch any business of South Africa, and we won't touch the business of any country. We believe strongly that with diplomatic engagements, issues will be resolved.
The Senate also resolved to send a delegation to interface with the South African Parliament with a view to finding a lasting solution to the issue. From the National Assembly, Charity Tanko, ITV News.
While the need federal government to prevent citizens against xenophobic attacks in South Africa dominated proceedings at Tuesday's plenary House of Representatives. Organic Victor reports that lawmakers from the state, Honorable Donald Ojogo, in the motion of urgent national importance, later amended by an Edo lawmaker, Honorable Billy Osawaru, called for decisive diplomatic steps to address the situation.
Regarding with to rising anti-foreigner tensions in the country. In his contribution, Honorable Billy
Sincere apologies for that technical hitch. With that, we welcome you to our Benin Network studio. Moving on, the need for the federal government to protect Nigerian citizens against xenophobic attacks in South Africa dominated proceedings as Tuesday's plenary in the House of Representatives. Ogani Victor reports that a lawmaker from Ondo State, Honorable Donald Kimi Kombo Ojogo, in a motion of urgent national importance later amended by an Edo State lawmaker, Honorable Billy Famous Osawaru, called for decisive diplomatic steps to address the situation.
Recurring waves of violence, looting and intimidation targeting foreign nationals and their businesses, particularly Nigerians, formed the crux of deliberations on the floor of the House. Moving the motion, Honorable Donald Ojogo decried the continued attacks, recounting incidents of killings, injuries, and destruction of property involving Nigerians and other African nationals in South Africa.
That Nigerian nationals in that country are being selectively targeted. Worried that the lives of two Nigerians, Ekpoyong Andrew and Amara Miro Emmanuel, were taken in separate incidents linked to rising anti-foreigner tensions in the country.
In his contribution, Honorable Billy Famous Osawaru, who proposed an amendment to the motion, called for a review of bilateral agreement with South Africa. He also advocated the suspension of business permit for new South African companies operating in Nigeria.
That in 2 years, statistics have shown that over 118 Nigerians have been killed. Presently, about 1 Nigerian is killed weekly, while over 200 plus foreigners are killed, maimed, with Nigerians as major targets of victims. Additional prayers, Mr. Speaker, to urge the federal government to review all bilateral agreements with South Africa, including trade and aviation treaties.
The Deputy Speaker, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the plenary, condemned the attacks, describing them as unacceptable acts against fellow Africans. He urged the House Committee on Integration and Cooperation in Africa, alongside other relevant committees, to take necessary action.
What is happening in South Africa is a shame to Africa and should be condemned.
From the House of Representatives, Ogani Victor, ITV News.
The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, has said the case of the alleged extrajudicial killing of his suspect, Ogidi Mene, by police officers have been forwarded to the Directorate of Public Prosecutions in the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation for Criminal Prosecution. Security correspondent John Tenner reports that the IGP stated this during an emergency conference with commissioners of police at the force headquarters in Abuja.
The alleged extrajudicial killing in Efurun involving officers of the Nigerian police force and a suspect, Ogidi Mene, continues to attract public attention as Nigerians keenly observe how authorities will ensure the case is prosecuted to a logical conclusion. The Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, convened the emergency conference with commissioners of police to address issues requiring transparency and public accountability. Speaking at the meeting, the IGP said the case file on the alleged extrajudicial killing in Delta State has been forwarded to the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation for prosecution.
The Nigerian Police Force has acted swiftly and decisively. The officers responsible and members of the team have been dismissed from the service. The case has been forwarded to the Directorate of Public Prosecution for Criminal Prosecution. This matter will not be swept aside. Accountability will be pursued to its full and logical conclusion.
On operational successes, the IGP disclosed that 280 suspects were arrested for various crimes, while 189 kidnapped victims were rescued in the month of April.
During the month of April 2026, the Nigerian Police Force, during several intelligence-led operations, recorded several successes. These include arrest of 28 suspected terrorists, 51 murder suspects, 62 armed robbery suspects, 85 suspected kidnapping suspects, while 54 suspected cultists were also arrested.
The Inspector General of Police also announced the formation of the Violent Crime Response Unit aimed at ensuring swift response to serious crime across the country. From Abuja, John Tina, ITV News.
The mother of Ogenemene Ogidi, who was allegedly murdered by ASP Nuhu Usman in Efuru Delta State, Stella Ogidi, has described her son's death as a big blow to the family and sued for proper investigation and prosecution of those behind the heinous crime. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed, who visited the residence of the slain youth, reports.
It was a gloomy and pathetic situation at the residence of late Ogenemene Ogidi grandfather's house, where the late deceased mother's Stella Ogidi resides after the unfortunate incident occurred. Mourners gather to sympathize with the family. Narrating her ordeal, mother of late slain youth Stella Ogidi said life has not been the same since the incident happened, and called for justice for her late son's death.
Because it's not easy for me, because my pikin before, he get many plans for me, but now life not very easy for me. Now just by the grace of God, not to sit down here like this. May they not leave me like this. I said, may Nigeria come out, may they help me so that may justice fit prevail.
Grandfather of the deceased, Elder Ofoje Philip, elder brother of the deceased, Fitri Ogidi, and some members of the family appealed to the appropriate authorities to investigate the murder of their son.
And see, they told them that we want justice because this boy is a magician. Even record very soon he will come out.
Calling on the federal government and police authority to give us justice. They have deprived our brother the right to life. They should not deprive us from the right to pursue justice also.
I want government to fight for this for us, to bring this driver out, this Oniru driver.
Meanwhile, the police force headquarters disclosed that following the conclusion of internal disciplinary procedure against officers found culpable in the killing of Mine Ogidi, the Police Service Commission has ratified recommendations for dismissal and forwarded their case file to the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation for Vetting and Prosecution. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
The ongoing strike by the Non-Academic Staff Union of Educational and Associated Institutions and the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities has started to take its toll on the operations in federal universities. However, checks on the Ugbowo campus, University of Benin, revealed that skeletal activities were ongoing within the university environment. Ofure Aneto reports.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever.
Despite the strike, activities at the University of Benin Ugbowo campus were ongoing, feeding questions from the news crew. Chairman of SANU, University of Benin branch, Comrade Idu Julius, said the strike, which commenced on 1st of May 2026, was necessitated by the federal government's failure to meet key demands arising from the renegotiation of the 2009 agreement. He said the union rejected what it described as a unilateral offer by government, insisting on improved salary and allowance packages for members.
For a very long time, we have been waiting for government to come back and recommence this negotiation, which actually, after some time, they actually commenced. But failure to meet up with our demands has what has also has put us into this strike mode. We are doing a lot for the system.
He expressed optimism that ongoing negotiations would yield positive results before suspension of the strike.
What we are requesting for the government is for them to give us a 45% increment. But if government is also looked at it from another perspective, like they did for our sister union, the Academic Staff Union, which we must congratulate at this moment, it's also fine. Give us 40%. It will also be acceptable so that the system can keep on running. We are believing that government will be reasonable enough on our struggle and grant us all that we require from them so that this strike will be suspended.
Edo State Chairman of NASU and Vice Chairman, Nigerian Labour Congress, Comrade Joel Idonije, confirmed compliance with the strike, saying normal activities will resume once an agreement is reached with the federal government.
Is to let the national know that there is a total compliance in the University of Benin.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
The managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, has pledged continued media support to the newly elected executives of the National Association of Nigerian Students, South-South Zone B, to help drive meaningful change across their communities. He made this known when the student leaders paid a courtesy visit to the ITV corporate headquarters, Glass House, Airport Road in Benin City. Joy Obaisiabo reports.
The delegation led by the South-South Zone B coordinator, Comrade Bright Nosa Osage, said the visit was aimed at familiarizing themselves with the station's digital broadcasting operations. He described ITV and Radio as one of the most reliable and influential media organizations in the South-South region, noting that the student body is seeking a strategic partnership to promote student-focused initiatives and contribute to societal development.
ITV has almost that name in the South-South Zone and in the entire country at large, to have the free press for everybody. So that was our reason to come here today, to see how we can collaborate with ITV, to work together in this administration, to see how our advocacy can get directly to the student, and also make here a point of contact to every Nigerian student to know that our advocacy is being heard by all Nigerian students.
The immediate past coordinator of NANS Zone B expressed appreciation to the founder of ITV and Radio and Isamaro Benin, Cell Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Wigbenedion, as well as the managing team for their outstanding support to the association. He called for continued backing for the new leadership, reiterating the station's reputation as a pillar of excellence in the region.
This is our son. Please, the way you've adopted me as your son, also take him as a son. He will always give the best.
Responding, the managing director, ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, congratulated the newly elected executives and charged them to make their tenure
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. And we are still going to delve into what is happening right now in the Middle East, US-Israel war on Iran, talking about Trump's Operation Freedom. Trump said is going to unleash mayhem on the Iranian vessel if they do not open up the Strait of Hormuz, and is going to be sending ships, any form of defense to free those ships and cargoes trapped in the Strait of Hormuz. People like asking the question, how is it going to be? Iranian Guard also, they've been reacting to it, saying, look, Trump, if you want to go this way, it is going to be messy. Yes, it's going to be messy. Now, when some residents in Iran were asked what they feel about what is going on, they said, look, this time around, the government of the day, led by the Ayatollahs, they are more determined. And right now, they are talking about vengeance. And Trump, too, on the other hand, has been extending deadlines. Well, like asking, you may know those kind of talks that Trump is engaged in, the threats, they just flam. They just, how would I put it now, threats that would just, it's like, all back and no bite, so to speak. What is Trump's end game? What is he going to achieve? Is he extended this because his hands are tied, or is extended this because of humanity? So when he strikes, nobody's going to blame him. Lots and lots of questions. Well, with me here in the studio to make sense of this discussion, he's a lecturer in Uniben. To me, he is a prof. Call him a prof anytime, any day, because he likes taking notes through lecture series while analyzing. Join me to welcome Don Felix Osarime. Thank you so much for coming this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Wisin. Viatas, good afternoon and welcome to the program.
All right. And of course, joining us via Zoom all the way from Lagos is Honorable Frank Amega, a lecturer also at Uniben. Honorable, thank you so much for making our time to join us despite your busy schedule.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good afternoon.
Some network issues there, but all the same, we'll look for a way to really navigate through while he's giving his own point. All right, so let me start off with you, Prof. It's like Trump has extended the deadlines one time too many. So like, what is this man's end game? Why is he shifting deadlines? Right now, he said this is Operation, Rescue, Operation Freedom, whatever I choose to call it. He has released so many warships, helicopter, plane, all of them just to go to the Strait of Hormuz to free, so to speak, stranded ships and cargoes. Now, what can you make out of this?
Initially, the conflict was of such nature that it was area bombardments and targeting of military installations within Iran. It was a combined onslaught by the United States of America and Israel. Then the Iranian government, after the elimination of two of the Ayatollahs in quick succession, played the card that any observer of the situation in the Middle East would expect, because this is their greatest card they will play, which is to point to the Strait of Hormuz and announce its closure. They did that, and the world, even those that were not aware of the conflict, suddenly became aware, because the Strait of Hormuz is a geostrategic location that the whole world must feel its impact if there's any disruption. And it is like that because 20% of the crude oil supplies from the Gulf states to all parts of the world goes through the strait. Another critical energy asset that goes through the strait is liquefied natural gas, LNG, that is used in homes and certain industries. Then what is essential here again, which we have not discussed before, there's a third very critical infrastructure in the Strait of Hormuz. That is the undersea cables.
Undersea cables?
Yes, undersea cables that move from mainland Arabia that entered Asia, passed through the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, you see this communication we're having, internet and the rest. People think the internet is through air. No, it's through undersea cables. These are huge cables that are laid underground, then pass under the sea. They crisscross major points all over the world. Now there is a map of that. So that one is different. So the one that we see on the surface is the shipping lane. And the shipping lane in the Strait of Hormuz has a funny configuration because by natural understanding, it is close to two countries. And which are these two countries? We have Oman on one side, we have Iran on the other side. And the strait at its widest point is about 60 nautical miles. Yes, no, not nautical miles. Almost 90 kilometers wide at its widest point. At its narrowest point is just 39 kilometers wide. Now, if we take the international law on water bodies, this is where conflict is very interesting now. The international law regulation on water bodies should be 21 nautical miles into the sea that is having contiguity with your land is your territory. One will call the territorial shelf. So the territorial shelf is part of your land that projects to the sea. Even if it is water, it is considered part of your land by international law. So United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea recognizes that situation. Iran is not a signatory to that convention. Even the US is not a signatory, but they understand the provisions. So two countries now, Iran on one side, Oman on the other side, claim that strait. And what's a strait? A strait is a narrow body of water surrounded on both sides by land. What's also interesting here is that the strait is the only natural opening from the Persian Gulf to the sea, that you pass through the Indian Ocean to the world. So all the crude oil and gas that leaves the Gulf states, Oman, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Iran,
Kuwait,
Iraq, Kuwait, Bahrain, they all go through the Gulf, through that strait of Hormuz to come to the open sea. Then, also very interesting, is that these countries have been relying on the straits. Iran, being the very powerful state it is, has claimed most of the islands in the strait. And the traffic control in that strait is such that, what they call the TSS, is designed in such a way that all the ships that are going through the strait follow one lane. The ships that are coming out follow one lane, so you don't crisscross. And they give 2 nautical miles distance from each other. That's the median, so you must leave that space. So all those who come in through one way, all those who go out through one way. So you cannot shortcut. You cannot also crisscross. Meanwhile, Iran over the years has insisted that since they own the strait, as Oman is also insisting on the other side, that they also own their side. Because if you take 12 nautical miles, the other one takes 12 nautical miles, that's 24. And the width is 21. So they can both claim both sides. Now look at the mathematics. So Iran will insist, as they do, because out of the 8 islands in the strait, Iran controls 7. So Iran will definitely tell you, pass by our side if you want to do business. You go through the Iranian side. And if you go to their side, you are not just going to go to their side to wave hands to them. There are some
exchange that must be made.
So for them, it's like a toll gate. They also get some remittances from there. So when this conflict started, it was a conflict that has now devolved into a war of blockade. Blockade of the Strait of Hormuz and blockade of Iranian ports by the US. Because in the strait, really, it is difficult if they put mines, underwater mines, it will be difficult for traffic. Insurance companies all over the world have now refused to guarantee ships that will go through that strait. And let us also take note of the fact that on a normal day, 138 ships, 138 pass through that strait every day.
138?
That's the minimum that goes through every day. Imagine since early March when the blockade started. So there's a backlog of over 100. Those that have entered, they cannot come out. Others cannot come in. Only few that were able to come out, this is the technicality too, they had to stay very close to the side of Oman to go out of the strait. Iran is saying, if you know what's good for you, come to our side. If you go to the Iranian side, you have to meet the IROGC regulations. That's the kind of position that the US is insisting. So what the US did first for is to go and block all Iranian ports. If you have anything to do, you will not benefit, because if you create a blockade in the strait, then you cannot also come out of your
own comfort zone.
Meanwhile, you know, I mentioned it here last time we had this program, that there's already plans, in fact, at advanced stage now, to create a rail line to move oil from UAE to the other side of the strait, because the strait is a convoluted, in fact it's called the world's greatest chokehold. It's a very narrow pass. So they are constructing a straight railway line to carry oil. If right now something like that exists, but it's very limited. It can only take 4 million liters of crude in a day. Meanwhile, if you use the strait, you can carry 15 million. So economics of management and transportation is that rely on the strait, because there you don't have to offload and reload. You just move out once. Super tankers can sail out. However, crude oil can be carried through pipes. LNG is not so easy to transport, because the technology, as a standard of crude oil was being developed, was mainly for cruise. So you have to now create a separate transportation, land-based transportation for LNG, which is now being considered. So in the heat of all this problem, how is Iran also selling its crude oil? Iran already had an old backdoor that they can use to send crude from Iran to China, going through Kazakhstan and the other republics. So Iran is also still using that backdoor.
The channel, yeah.
Now, 2 days ago, even yesterday, the US announced that they were able to lead 2 merchant ships out of the strait. Iranians said it is not true. The US said they did it. So what is the US projection? Sincerely, it is very difficult, and it will be very difficult for the US to enforce naval activity that is of conflict nature, because the Gulf itself is littered with storage facilities like the one that is in Oman, the biggest of them, or that one that is supposed to is designed to take, I think, almost 10 to 12 million liters of crude. That area today is under attack. In fact, the UAE just reported a drone attack. That has been condemned by the Gulf Cooperation Council states. The EU has condemned it, the British government has condemned it, Canada has condemned it, and all fingers are pointing at only one person, Iran. And Iran has not spoken. Iran has not said they did it or they did not do it. We are waiting for a response. But interestingly, which is also very crucial here, America is aware of one fact. If you start targeting Iranian drones and missiles in the Gulf, it is not as if it is impossible. It is time consuming. And the risk of fire outbreak is such that most of those ships that pass through the strait, the big ships are super tankers carrying crude. Crude is not only very vital, it is something that is inflammable. So that's why America is playing it by the ear. People will say America has not done anything, they've not used force. You have to be tactful, because if you use excessive force in this kind of situation, the outcome may far outweigh the immediate benefits. So it is safer to drag the argument by time as it is happening, and that is why the American government has maintained a naval blockade of Iranian ports. And they've told the Iranian government that they should not dare attack American warships. Of course, it's warships they are using for the blockade of Iranian ports. American warships have not been attacked. So far, what is happening is that Iran has been threatening, and they will sometimes firing missiles and drones over those American ships. They've not made any direct hit, even though they claimed, but it was not proven. So Iran is also using the tactics that are usually very effective in guerrilla war. You don't stage organized attacks. Instead, you use disruptive tactics. Use smaller, lighter, and less trackable devices, such as the drones that Iran has developed, because Iran has actually developed very efficient drone system that even Russia was relying on Iran in her conflict with Ukraine. Because the Iranians were able to customize their drones. They don't fly at very high altitude. They are very, very easy to launch, and they cannot easily be detected by radar, and it will not be cost effective for you to use surface-to-air missiles to bring them down. Because if you consider having to use maybe a surface-to-air missile that will cost you almost $2 million to knock down a drone that is less than $100,000, that's pyrrhic. You just waste your ordinances. So most of the time they want to shoot them down with machine guns or helicopters. And that's what America is relying on now. They are attack helicopters, mostly the Apache helicopters and others, the Warthog, to go after Iranian boats. So Iran, IRGC, is claiming that those boats, the 6 boats that were sunk by the American military, that they are not their own. After that, they were commercial boats that carried civilians, and America shot them down. But again, we do know that in this theater of conflict, irregular forces can also come in. Unmarked speedboats can be used. They can carry rocket launchers. They can carry RPGs. They can even go close to ships and stick to the body of these U-ships explosives, IEDs. So you cannot actually take it away from the Iranians that they can do anything possible. Because in the rule of this kind of asymmetric warfare, everything goes.
Everything goes.
Yes, they can bring in all kinds of elements. Non-combatant, combatant. Even some people who are just upset with the nature of things, some people are even thinking of ending it for themselves.
Suicide bombers. All right,
just
let's get to hear from Honorable Frank Amego. Thank you so much for this lecture. You took us all the way, depending straight, and how it affects both parties. Well, Honorable Frank, if you are there, from what the U.S. is saying right now, Trump's Operation Freedom. Now, do you feel that it's going to be an easy ride for the U.S. going to free those stranded ships and cargoes? Honorable Frank, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. Let me come back to you, Prof. Now, would it be an easy ride for the U.S. because Trump was so emphatic when he said basis Operation Freedom?
Yeah, the context of Operation Freedom must be understood. Trump said clearly, by stating what Operation Freedom is, that even Iran, the U.S., all the countries will benefit, because it's not only crude oil that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. Agricultural products, mostly, also pass through there. And now, look at the situation why Trump is saying that it's a humanitarian move. The ships that pass through the strait, they have crew, men on board who work on the ships, and they have provisions that are listed for them. Each voyage is calculated to last from a particular day and then at a particular day. They also have provisions in terms of their necessaries that will last for specified periods, even though provision or calculation is made for some downtime. But it's not a forever thing. And as I just mentioned, the number of ships in the strait that have gone in is quite huge. Almost 1,000. They cannot come out. New ones cannot come in. And what Iran is doing that is very impressive is that the Iranians are insisting that even if you want to come out, come through their side, come close to their shoreline. The few that could go out went through the side of Oman. Now, the part that is close to Oman is wider. But Iran is also saying that they have put mines there. You are not going to test their resilience by sailing through that point. The safer thing to do is to back off.
But they have the right to go towards Romanian side to place mine, living there as free.
I could jokingly ask you, go and ask the Iranians. Do they listen to anybody? They will do what they want to do.
But still, Trump said they've sent some, tactical squad to go explore the mines and all that.
They've sent destroyers. The American government, the American Navy has destroyers. We call them minesweepers.
Yes.
They are already active, but this is not something you do in one day. And for whatever we choose to believe, the Iranians are very creative. I give them that. In fact, Iran has invested so much in war technology that they should be commended. Iran has submarines, small submarines that can go under the radar. You cannot detect them in sonar. You can't track them. And that is why it is safer for you to believe that they've put mines there than to call their bluff and say, let us see if it is true. And the only way you can know if it is true, it is send a ship. And by the time your ship is struck by a mine or they send a torpedo, consequences are too great to be taken
and
for
nobody
granted.
wants to suffer losses.
It's not just the loss. The environmental outcome is going to be very severe. We pray it doesn't happen that one or two super tankers ignites in that strait. First of all, the spillage will cause serious environmental disaster that will take years to be cleaned up. And this is a seaway that is heavily trafficked. So the safer thing to do is to just maintain some calm. That is why countries have been staying put. And that is the argument Trump is putting up, that this action is causing everybody, including Iran, a lot of pain. And that people, those crew, the expectant persons who own those goods, have taken the hit.
You just hold on now, Prof. Before we go on with this series of lectures, we want to go for a break. When we return, you're going to do more explanation because we're giving Iran some kudos about the way they're tactically avoiding, or will I say pushing for the importance in that particular Strait of Hormuz, one of the words, so to speak, at ransom. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, taking a look at U.S.-Israel's war on Iran. We are zooming in on Trump's Operation Freedom. But from what Prof. Felix is saying right now, it might not just be an easy ride because of so many circumstances surrounding that particular strait. So you were making your point before we went to that, but please continue with your line of thoughts.
Okay. The point I was making is that the nature of the strait, first of all, is convoluted, it's twisted. It's almost like a hook. It will not be easy to take any military action with ease. And Iran is capitalizing on that. That's why Iran is using small, very fast speedboats to enforce its objective in the area. Telling anybody who cares to listen that the strait is closed, do not send your ships through. If you have any reason to move towards our side. America, on the other hand, sent our own warships to blockade the Iranian ports. Iranian ports are inside that strait. Iran still has islands inside the Straits. Out of the 8, 7 are controlled by Iran. So Iranians, therefore, hold a lot of leverage in that area. Oman is also laying claim, but Oman is not as belligerent, let me use that term, as Iran is. And right now, Iran can be considered as someone that is desperate, pulling all the cards to advance its position. I did say something at the beginning of this discourse that we have not mentioned the undersea cables. Iran is aware, everybody is aware, and most of those cables pass
to the Straits also.
UAE, part of it goes through Oman, into the Strait, part of it even goes through Iran. One reason why Iran is not laying claim to that point is because she is also a major beneficiary. If you disrupt the undersea cables, those are fiber optic cables that carry information. The information superhighway that we are so proud of today is powered by ICT cables that are buried inside the ground and they pass under the seabed. So those cables carry trillions of data per second. Iran also knows for her to even continue to maintain her command and control in her country, she relies on those same communication cables. That is why they have not mentioned that one. They left that one. But the sea can easily and openly be barricaded. And as you asked me, what if they didn't really mine the strait? And I have answered you by saying, what if they did? Because the environmental disaster that will result from an explosion in case such happens, or if a particular oil super tanker that carries over 2 to 5 million liters of crude oil, if anyone suffers an explosion, apart from the fireball that will come out, the entire environment will be threatened. And the strait is not like the open ocean where you can say, oh, okay, natural forces will come in. We have ships that have been locked inside the strait right now due to the conflict. They cannot go out. New ships are not coming in. So if there's any incident within, where will they run to? And it can have a snowball effect, where if it starts from one, the oil slick can move further and ignite another one. That is the danger. That is why even the ships have decided to stay put. The US is saying that for Operation Freedom to work, they will guide ships out of the strait. And if you ask how they'll do that, they will send destroyers and frigates. Number one, of course, they don't use the aircraft carrier for that. Because as we also know, Iran doesn't have the air force right now to use for aerial attack, but they have drones. They still have drones. They still have a sizable number of drones. And those drones fly at very low altitude, so they cannot be detected by radar. So the only thing that can use to track them are helicopters. And some of these drones fly faster than some of these helicopters. Even if you use the Warthog, the A-10 Warthog helicopters, yes, you have to deploy many helicopters because Iran can launch her drones from many points, even from the islands inside the straits. And you cannot bomb, you cannot keep bombing. You see, this is the reality. That is why conventional warfare is different from guerrilla warfare. Conventional warfare in this case is that you need to have an army that you want to fight. And in guerrilla warfare, which is asymmetric, you don't even know who the enemy is. I mentioned that I said a fishing boat can be loaded with explosives and it will run into a tanker. It can do serious damage. In the same fishing boat, you can have fishermen who carry RPGs, who will hold RPGs, rocket-propelled grenades. Some of them can carry rocket launchers. And from their shoulder, they fire at close range, very close range, that can do substantial damage. They may not even care if they are eliminated in the process. This is the factor that the American government is also considering. Insurance companies are saying that insurance for ships within the strait has gone up by over 100%. So we are not going to insure your goods. You can't even insure your ship, not talk of the goods side of the ship. If nobody is bearing your risk, then you will not go further, because if you do, you are on your own. And if you know the cost of making one super tanker, not talk of the crude inside the super tanker. And for whoever cares to listen, today Brent crude is going for almost $126 per barrel, the highest since 2012. No, I think 2021. Okay, yes, 2021. 2012, 2021. That has been the highest. We're in 2026. So this is huge. The cost implication is that price of energy has risen. We cannot run away from that fact.
All right.
But that affects essentially countries who are dependent on crude. Producing countries are supposed to be smiling. But oil producing countries cannot smile right now because those in the Gulf states have lost their market. In fact, Qatar has pulled out of OPEC.
Because of this situation. Okay. As it stands right now, from your own analysis, it's like U.S. hands are like tied in this situation.
No, they are not tied. I think, you see, we are looking at this thing from
because all your analysis points to the fact that U.S. can do little or nothing in this situation.
Well, I think we should always not see this as the U.S. versus Iran. Sometimes pragmatism is what will make this thing work. Is the U.S. actually losing right now in terms of crude supply? No. The U.S. is saying that other countries who rely on this, you are now holding the whole world. What the U.S. is trying to do is to swing popular opinion against the Iranians. And, you know, there's this saying that a thief has no shame.
But is it working?
It will work gradually. This is not as if you press a button, lights go off. You press another button, lights come on. We are talking of diplomacy. We are talking of military engagement. It didn't start in one day. It's not going to happen overnight. It didn't start in one day. But Trump did say that when we close this situation, for the next 2 to 5 years, this kind of thing will not happen again. All the cards are still being opened. I believe what we should be looking at is, are the Iranians ready to back down? Is it true that if the U.S. wants to use warships, destroyers and frigates, they can escort commercial ships out of the strait? If they can, at what cost? The U.S. has maintained a blockade on Iranian ports. Is it working? What is the cost implication for Iran? Will this make Iranians back down? Iranians are known to be very recalcitrant, and they call your bluff. They have done that over the years consistently. They are still doing the same now. What is giving them that leverage, that strength of character? They have a back door they are still exploring. They still get crude oil across to China, not really to India this time. Russia is also getting from them. That still gives them a market, even though it's not as smooth as it would have been if the strait is open. Oh, they are also feeling the pinch. Why are they not relenting? So it's a lesson for everybody. And right now, they have exposed to the whole world the strategic value of the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, that strait is supposed to be free way, international waterway, not to be blockaded or encumbered. They have done that now. You are now exposing to the world your greatest strength. You are making the UAE and Oman to think outside the box. Oman has agreed with UAE that they will consider another aspect. You know, if you look at the strait, the point that is closest to the strait, the land point, is owned by Oman. Meanwhile, the larger portion is owned by UAE. No, Iran is on the other side.
No, but from what you said, Iran threatened them to come to their end. Forget about Oman and water side. The land might deport
because the strait is narrow. Iran is making claim from one side, Oman is making claim from the other side. Because both of them have land. That's why I said strait is a narrow body of water between
lands. All right. Now, Trump has been extending deadlines over and over again, is that not a sign of cowardice or what? The other time he said Iran needs to negotiate. They don't know what to do, how to negotiate nuclear treaty or nuclear deal. They should get smart.
Right now, the nuclear...
Or else it's going to attack. It's like one ship too many.
Right now, the nuclear deal is not the critical issue, even though it is part of the 14 points that Iran sent, and the American government said to the third party, that's Pakistan, that the issue of enrichment of uranium is not subject to negotiation. Iran should not go for that. And today, we are aware that Iran is the only non-nuclear country that has enriched and attempted to enrich uranium to weapons grade. So if you are not using it for weapons, why are you enriching it? The enrichment process is not something easy. It is very expensive, and Iran is devoting huge resources. While they are doing that, on the side, they are developing their strategic capability. That's why they've developed drones, cheaper drones to make, unmanned drones that are guided and can deliver payload. That's, as I said, commendable. In fact, if you use Anand Toynbee, the great professor of history, whose term can be condensed to what we call necessity is the mother of invention. Toynbee was the one that explained to us that when societies face critical conditions, you see their creative ability coming to reality. That's what Iran has been able to do. Russia, a superpower, who is a contemporary of China and the United States, one time the most powerful, at least the only rival to the US. Russia is relying on Iran for drones to fight to Ukraine. Are they mates? Are they equals? No. But yet, we have seen that Russia is getting drones from Ukraine.
From Iran, yes.
From Iran to fight Ukraine. So if it is the US that is buying maybe hardware from Israel, people will say, the US has failed. That is not what it is. It is important to keep your eye on the ball. What is the objective? The US insists that Iran will not become a nuclear power. Iran is saying they have a nuclear right. They've always argued in that regard, and they are pushing for that. That is why they started building bunkers, and the US has been going after all their bunkers as much as they can. But the Iranians are very resilient, as I said. They've developed a vast network. The only country that has a better network than Iranians are the Afghans. Afghanistan, they hide inside mountains. Tunnels, cities are inside mountains, which they built over the years. Another group are those in Gaza, who connected underground tunnels inside hospitals, schools, and came out in Egypt. So these are long-term projects.
So as it stands right now, if you take a look at Christopher, maybe you have one, how long do you think this man, Donald Trump, will really take to make that particular situation go away?
It is not going to happen overnight. And as the Iranians have pointed out, a military solution will not resolve a diplomatic matter. It's going to be negotiation, back and forth, bickering that will resolve this matter. That is why when you say Trump is always extending deadline, that is diplomacy. That's diplomacy. If it is the military angle, the Americans can send out their warship again, send out their fighter jets, send out their Marines. But this is conventional engagement. You cannot use strategic weapons. You cannot use those weapons that can obliterate everything in the area, because you too will be a victim. You suffer collateral damage.
That means the US hands are tied.
They are not tied.
I don't understand. You said they are not tied. I don't understand they are tied.
You cannot ask them to use the ultimate weapon in this matter. When Trump keeps saying, we'll bomb this pool, we'll bomb this pool, he still has a lot of hardware. He still has more. But for whatever it takes, concentration now has been on military engagement. If you got the whole org, you are going to talk of civilians targeting public infrastructures. That will cripple Iran. That has not been done. That is not what the objective is. Objective for now is to reduce their military capability. I think we should understand that point very well. That is why I've said their hands are not tied. They are treading carefully. Because if you go all out, even the people that would have supported you in Iran, you alienate them. The public, the world that is watching, it is very easy to sympathize with the underdog. And in this conflict, of course, Iran is the underdog, but a very virulent one that can back and bite. So the Iranians are not weak. I think we should not pretend and see that Iran is just the underling. Yes, they are beneath America in terms of power, but they are very powerful. And that is one thing we cannot run away from. You enter a room and your light goes off, and you know that there are snakes inside that room. You will not brag. You have to first of all think very well. How do you kill that snake without hurting yourself? And what you have, maybe you just came from the bathroom, your lights went out, you are stark naked, then you have only one or two small objects, your towel and the rest. How are you going to use towel to kill a snake? Meanwhile, you have seen the snake and your lights have gone out. So these are the kind of things you have to be very, very tactical and also strategic. If the US goes all out to start bombing everything indiscriminately, as Iran does, the US will not be better than Iran. So that public opinion, that global opinion must be maintained to an extent. And civilians do not make decisions, but they usually are victims of conflicts. If you want to break the Iranian resolve, you may have to go all out to target things that are not necessarily military. Of course, that can turn the tide of the conflict, but that will not augur well for American interest in the long run, because it will lead to greater alienation. That's why the Gulf states are still more on the side of the US. They are still blaming Iran. You are firing missiles at us. You are launching attacks on our facilities. You are sending drones into our oil storage depots. This is wrong. They are condemning it. As Iran backs down, the Iranians will not back down. That is why Iran has been described over the years as an irrational state. And that is the more reason why America is still saying that we should not allow these people to get this weapon, because should they get it,
they will be in trouble.
They may not be very restrained as others have been restrained. This is the danger.
All right.
And that is why when we say Americans are tied, they are not tied. They are following the protocol. They are looking at a lot of things.
So they're going by the books.
What we call the bigger picture. You can't just suddenly go. Of course, they've blockaded the Iranian ports. They've not launched attacks into the ports. They only just put military blockade around it. They can actually bomb the ports out of the way. Iran will suffer. But some of those ports also have commercial value. It's not only military.
All right. In one word or in one sentence, so to speak, Trump's Operation Freedom, how long do you think it will take, one? And do you feel that Trump will be able to save these stranded ships and cargoes?
It's going to be difficult, but not impossible. Americans always tell you that we'll do the difficult things now. The impossible thing, we'll do it later. So it means actually that nothing is impossible. I mentioned just now that they've sent warships, they've sent minesweepers, they've also sent frigates from the carrier group to go and lead out some of those ships. And they've claimed that they brought out 2. Iran says it's a lie. In the days that are coming, we'll see more of this Operation Freedom. But Trump is saying that they are doing it as a humanitarian gesture. It's not a military action. So they're not shooting at Iran. They are going to lead ship. But they are also telling the Iranian government, the IRGC, if they care to listen, that should they attack American warships, America will retaliate. And that's why Trump said, if necessary, we will use force to lead ships out of the way. But we are talking of, as I said, on the Iranian side, asymmetric mentality, where they can send small boats. So America will have to ramp up enough helicopters to help police those ships that they want to lead out. So it's going to be a huge task. It's not going to be easy to just say, start it and end it. And most of the time, we should not always see it as if it's a movie. Lives are at stake here. Resources are at stake. So each move will lead to some loss of valuable lives, whether Iranian American or otherwise. America has not even really lost money. It's Iranians. Even the Iranian government, state media agree that, oh, the boats that were sunk, they were private commercial boats, and they lost 5 Iranians were killed. Those are they not human? So they are just, we are not reducing this into statistical computation. Each time somebody dies, that's a human life taken. And that is why the American government is also telling the Iranians, step back. Even if you are making claim, let these things go through. Iran is saying, no, this is our greatest weapon. We are not firing shots, but we make everybody hear our voice.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Our time is up. Well, you've heard him. It is not going to be an easy task, but it's achievable. It's like Donald Trump is beginning to listen to reason, not like the Trump we used to know, just bam, ask questions, right? Beginning to ask questions. But let's see how all this will pan out. So this again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope! Yari, yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will. Papa. Caliban was in a cocono, that we said. Who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Echo one as ever. Ever you are not the little way as ever, my former. I will wear in it. A joke. Hey, Jonah will. Hey, Jonah, pull up. Hey, Jonah, Louis, he said, why we go back? But John, we got that in and I had the way. Why we go at the window, no matter look at
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Wabotao, Edonewa, Edenewa ire, Wabi Negekai, Wabi Daniho. Egere se Maya Dugie, Ibota, Ibotana, Okbe no giswen, Naya Bwedo Ade, or giswen, Naya si Mokoko, Naya si Bekoko, Ayariva Otane, Besori my Duatoka Mama, and my ni no kwa Aga Webo, Naya having a Hiae, Vinaya Inye. Or Ibota, Ota mai, Ota, Anyowa, Venu Kisema Moe, Venu Yani Kereni Ade, Umoe Ade, Otano. Ota ni Mariari la Dare, no, Kay, no, you know, Zuma Lele, Utedo, a so we me si no, a so we me dano, or a way, or Heke no Urio wo boy you to, or a bo. Nana me where be no domana he. A so very a serio way. Ote brefu odo enze unde we awodo nieme eso we o makeke kaka onaze mana wona mulade na ya wi bude yo na domiki na he imi no keke iyima na ogun egun eme na okere magwe iyima an atu ni no pa yima eho usioma orewa iyima boke yan wa talk be meto me na owo mu no na na oye uhe Pastor Kabari erima no we no mo munu we ugina ero wania ona zena we nigade nido imudi ane eri ma gba kamili kataba oye we uwa no kubo eku no ro wodo bi no do manae okedi uto odomae okedo befu odomae ni mayi wa hon kike na ni anoye ma we na mo na lade na diai okeyiwe okuna bowa oboyfune ogwani ara aye oye ogwani maye no mayi fun ya gbese ana na gwa lo wobe okuna ke lae ona do mi ogwani ebo eri amoye o mi ogwani ebo ona ya modo we mi ogwa pa ni tawada boy na do la o odo na rigo ni ana ya asa ana lawani ogbupe ha gbukpe nebo ya supise ino do mana he wi go ni asa epo bokiye oju ori adu wa ni ho ni de yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we agi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ya ye ma ya na we agi wa ta ma ya ya ye na gbode na temata o wa na nu we ye na o bukhana no ri awo no gbana na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wa na owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le lerere ni ana mi go ya asa ana we na mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana we na we gbe gun ayo uru no zedo iyima e ma when we retire na egbe we de wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no
emi dano go ri o to o ma tamoda fun ofu ometin bi o to ometin bo wa so pa ona ga ofu no ro gbodo go mana tamoda fun unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobu anu pogeva ogofu opia odion ugbe yen ugbe ro gbodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to ugu tamoda fun uge ori kwe o mana kwe we be uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no kwiesi yo kian sugbe ya gun aluto
dona ga okwiesi
yo kian sugbe ya gun aluto yo kian mudia gbogbo bo wa ni so pa nu gbe ya ni oto nu ya bo wa be no da fon ma oga hon ege no didi ja hon o pe ani mana ku egui egbo tian gui e ko kian rin yan
wese
domosa
ya no tare unda do ya ekbita we okpe amenye okugbe so pe na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na na ladian meke wi no ta no bu makedo mo ladian me peti ugena oge ibota eso we mu du yin odo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso omo nyine no wa yin iyabo ameru gwajiri na miewe ona roge no baroge megide nota serio ala de doka we okpana ya ugi ma we ini ene bo wania otomera ibe ya ga hune 100 by 100 no yegige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho ina yeti ewe ina de ana go kere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yẹn ẹgbẹ́ òní àná yà sùn bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀nà ìgbìlẹ̀ ìlà wọ́n wà mímú nàrí nà wìnà ṣùgbọ́n gbèsò yà gbúzọ́lé ha gbọ́zọ́lé va gbèsò pẹ́ẹ́dẹ́ àná yà mọ́kó yìí tẹ́ ọ̀gá àròdọ̀ ọ̀gá ìrè ọ̀hágì yẹn gùn à nẹ́gẹ́ kàlùbí yà ó òkú náà wọ́n rí sẹ́gẹ̀ yẹn náà àná ìwò kiri nìyẹn rí ó tọ̀ nìyẹn sọ ya yẹn má ká zi ọ ni yẹn náà dìgbò lẹ́nu yẹn mẹ́gbó gí má yà sún ẹ̀ náà yà gbórí òtọ̀ náà rẹ̀ múnú ẹ̀ èyí máa wá rẹ̀ ìrọ̀rì dáná ona we ni eri yena di 800,000 yena di ana ya gbolu yere gada we yena we boy so igbena owe na ya mweken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kan ha ake gbeke ba temu ana di woma yena di get 12 trip yena di ne owo ri mo ayo yegi sira no 12 yere no wana ni ege ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ere tipa no nya egbe mara no nya tipa re rebu ọ̀rẹ́rẹ́ lukune èdè wa ta amari ní amari gbé mọ́ yọ iná wa nọ́mú yìí ní akẹ́kà ọ̀fun nọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀pẹ̀ àná òkúra oríkẹ́ ìsì ẹ̀zọ́ ní anáwẹ̀ wọ́n bí ìrìwó rẹ̀ orí èrè èmọ́ náà wọ́n akẹ́kẹ́ mẹ́lẹ́ mọ́ náà alá yunifásitì náà sẹ́ bí ẹ̀wò ní yóò tọ̀ ọwọ́ ẹ̀zẹ́ yìí ẹ̀yẹ zẹ́yọ òkú náà wí yẹn náà yà zẹ́ bí yóò yẹn náà gbọ́ alùtọ̀ kéré yìí ní àwọn ẹ̀mùdàrí yẹn kẹ́wàá kún amúnẹ́ ọwọ́ adìyọ unda yene do ja o ya se gbe mi na re wo wa o we se yo pa azire ba yo pa wona Oye na ozeni na ila wa la atobi eri oto ni ebo oda si so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti de zo bo ni lele egbe eri o owó ní tamame ina wo gbe mu pa gbogbo ere e ma ta de na da de ni opi ani dobu no ma zi agbo a mo ko na mi ewe ehwo mu di ake we ni egere iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no pi ani ma o emegbe egbo wo de wa di bude wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kinia
wa we si e so waro no ji ku oni ni me egbe na tana ó pia no ma mú gbàgbọ́n wẹ́ má bọ́ má gẹ̀nà òkò náà mẹ́tí gòwẹ́ bọ̀ má mú díá ló yàgò ẹ̀zí o bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wàá yà bọ̀ èso wàárọ̀ òkò àwọn amúgbó ni àwẹ̀ ọ̀dàfọ̀ mẹ́ yàgò mẹ́rin òtọ́ ni òkò ní miọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mí tọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mí go ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn àgùn ọ̀wẹ́ iyan ta wana
iyan gele uta
iyan da fe no nya wana
iyan gele no
ige bae eze ige suku oge mo ha upon da yoko ni kun ama we to de ye mo kun egbopo be ri oyen na gbe gbobo ehin wa kun amuno pe ani tokin azi o negbe egbopo be ri o mo gbogbo wa le o le Nundu ni wo pe ani ndaga en go me wanara omi oga en go me sele omi o ma na ri ene okori de so ne gbe mi be de okwo ni ge sunu de ye ope ani yin kun igo gunye o do bo wale te onyi me no gba so pan onyi mi pe ani bun osie ni kwo ni bun na we pe iberio
wesi edonowo me wa ho ni yima na ya na ege yima okpoko atu an mata no owe emi osi ni oke ke di ma bu te ewu mana we oho egwo ma dioma gi agba mu so gi agba ma oho ki ni bi no wa kai owe de baezis iyo agbon na agba ma ebi no wa na ati help meet gi akoko we na sira okukin okbiara zuru mamagbon ohori bo bae onda emi okonaro pa ho oke ri ege nota owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima esi wan owe ovan mo ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke igawu yo bonu e mata no emi no samo bazun da eri oku olopia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi obo ne so pipi so da dele mi we obo sami ae ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi we e monye so ba ke sukure abawo ni arigo na ye igbo ko neria uda gi me sano je oge kankan amunene okoda munobo oso amogie nebo yegide gboko bi ememo emoni yire gboko bi ya na rabu wa egbo aberio baga gele gbodun na temata edunu peru no da be ni mata ba emi osiri no ko na zo de no da okwo kewe ya wo pe a okwo ni makari okya do alu ope ani o makari okya do awu tabo seba eye omuwe ni gbe odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki agaje owo ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi owo gi agba mo mu wa no ya go pe ami mo mu wa o pe no ma mu egbe ni yi makata ti we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku me kiama okwo mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vi o mo we yo ule ke ni na la wo na epopo me ko vo me osobo ke ye ni zio obeta na ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we abodi uhu wo bera agwana mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we mego ya mu na wa we no ya bo wa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi obo wa ni na okpa ni obo emi okpa ni aro me be ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare gie ibota na na miewe okpiani na yari ohoni na rioto ona rigo no okpiani no rioto okpiani siba ona we ohono ni egbeni o kan yo ona gbemi e to boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi na adofin ni yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo ohoni kewu o ma ego okpiani yari o wa ni oto ni kiene o ma ari wu okpiani ne mo ho be no ka biene ana wo mana ya mo yo bi jia yo ni se ba agbolu yo ne yi baba ma so to bi je ma mi yi ma ri e be ba ni na na wo wi agboto na we do to no ki yi wo ka mo wa ye do to o wo ni le mortuary aya ki yo na o to bi jia ne mo bo e de ni ya gbe gba re ni o na ni na mo gba lo to e ma e ani gwa lo to ma no gbolu yo o ni we ri ya o ki ni e o ru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbo nyawu ite ya mo erari ohono riwo ya doto we na wa egun doto uda ono mo gberi oto na wai nuda one boti submissiveness o mo gberi oto no nya ma nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi emi keni no me ona we awa rege eri mo ese gume do si o ni ha e ti ya lo e we bi we ugbo doto ohoni gele o we ye moto keke yire nia ohoni de oto hwemi we na yari oto na rekie una ya munoho una ya danyo ohoni ri wu nia mu da we ohoni opa biere amari go na mo yewa ni amami oto mo ana ya mo yite ebe ebe ri ihu na egbinye re yo owo aya yire ihu ha iye bi no ka gbe e na gwa kara
ikpeso wa gele ro nu nyimi ya eso waga odazoe odazowa
evamia oyirogwa ade me no me eva kugbea
eso wa me eva
adazo obe amogwa
odazoe no be odazowa ebe logo na oni okuesi oni okua no mudia gidigba okua no kekenu okugaru jina no odazoe no be odazowa no odazoe ne odazowa ye we no keke wa we enu ni me odafe no nyawa enu ni me no uta ogwa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo no me oberire ogwe no kwa we wa ku omo bujuwe egbomo beri onado nwan uji no keke ekian ro se era meno sokpan uji no keke ekian ro se ne egbope awerio dogu umego omona no egori uri nebe no mesi okwo beri bai okwo awo na kokoko mo ri no ro odigbagbe fere
wese unda ye yimo boro ba ya unta bu wa okpi abo wa unta bu wa
okpi unta
bo okpi
o salo bu ya ji
no dai don geni mo ya unta inina be iwe ni no keke na lu wa okpo ya unta
be no salo bu ya ji okpi ya ona ka yo okpi ya ke yo okwo ototo okpi ya oji uda okwa kaji okpia osalobu akaji okpia ohunta okpia obe kamo kwo iwemewe do meme ogbo okpia keke no kojo okwo okpia ojo okwo
we so wa tok be mama obonu we lari na re ye na mewe adosi kana oika bobi tagbe me ni yeso no ya wo ho obera owere no ho
onye me no gba
what is it only the ma we no wo wi opia
o ma je be mi o ma je be je be o no opia si bu we no ko ajowa opia opia eke no ri akin oge o tema le kuina ana mo bo we opia bebuebo okwo na buwa okpe asijo
Okay, agua.
Agua.
Wo ko bo wa pe asiyo.
Agua.
Okay. No agua no ro iwe. No na migo, o migo bodo. Na mi ko do nya wa ni.
O uji ari enegbe. Opo na mu gbe ekun soto. Ona aruji no da fun e. Ogba ni o be egbe to po ni ri uji ni e. Ege gbe won ebe no go vie. Ege lu ebe no go vie. Muda opo o vie. Be no pe agwale. Uji be boko. Eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji. Anwe mama no say bo bodo.
What's it?
Bana koko gbe. O me orien so onwo.
What's it? Do not go ahead and you magwine with my yana na be see where o go sok bia ni agwa sukma o heke we emi no bia ma seti ru o ko lori iwara we agbari yi megbe unda ana mi wo pe awe hi ere bo na ri yu bonu e ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbon we ya fe momo wa na mi wo ko ri iwa ori egbe yebo ninu e ipe so itegbe nu ogun ato agbe ogun eri ogun lala ogun ejo wani ogun ejo woho ogun ido bo wa yesi lele oba wa wa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya enu e we mada o pe ano he ni bu saloba no gwe ni gbe wa mi we ogun ni no da no ya to boy ga bo wani wo mu ko da o so pa edo no peru ma mu pa bu rege ma be no tabo enize no yoku to boye inu ni le we rio be no na mu e pe o ne odo o ma won go rio e ta ma wa e o to boye lai la no bi ekina na ri o to no gba wa gode ma me e gode ma e igba we we wo wa ma e o wo wa ma ma agboru ugbo kene ori eye wo me o ko se di wa bibi pa ina na mi we e mo mo we ọwọ́ àgbà ọba ní màgìbọ òkú ó ní ìdárọ̀ ọ̀bẹ ni wọ́n wẹ̀ kọ́ ọ́nà ọgbẹ́ gbé kọ́ ọjà ẹgbẹ́ òkú rírì ọ̀kí sọpá náà ìní ẹ̀nẹ́wẹ́ ìrí ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbákí òkú ẹsẹ̀ ti gbàbọ̀ wọn mẹ́ ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrí ó tọ̀bí ọ̀bẹ ọ̀sùn ẹ̀dá bọ́ ọgbólù ọ̀gá wọn ìná ọ̀dọ̀ bó wa ní ọbẹ̀ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkànẹ́ náà àárẹ̀ tí máa ní kẹ́ẹ̀ka gbọ̀nkànẹ́ náà bẹ̀rẹ̀ ugie manaranta mana wena do mwela de moge do ebi esi no a so pe no kori no ro we o hana do ta yu we o ko ni ribo ori se wa ni ara aye ana we ni agwalu wa iye na ya agwalu wo wo bo emi ona ga ma da fon emi wa na o da fon ke ri go la de ana ya asa ana ya reni ya na park ya de wo ko ni ipo ne ní ayé arúgbá ni ọ̀dọ́ ìmá ẹwẹ́ ọ̀wùhá ọ̀nyá wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tíkà náà ní ẹ̀ ihó ni ọ̀rọ̀ ìní ẹ̀ ọ̀dìgbò ní kẹ́tíkà èdè ní màdá màwá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé aka ẹwẹ́ ìlérí ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ìní dá ẹ̀rá ni òhó nílé ìwé ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n àdúgbò bò wá wà kí á pàkì àkíyá dé lálọ́ọ̀dì nára yé nọ pòpò wà kàbà wà wò kó ìtẹ́ bọ́ wáyé fọpa ǹda òyìn ẹ̀wẹ̀ we ma mo gbe tene tene ri ma ti egbe we yin ni ata adafo na e wo ya anyu ha mu na sko ko na bokogbo oye kere ite tama na wo ni tuwa ni tamuwa we ke no jere ni ana kero de ri ogi no we okewe ya wa ba mi ku ni ne we no ri je na wo ma ni do tamuwa we no ri je na ni ma mi na gba na re ni areba e pa ni ti wo ma no awawa abetenu wetieni eteni pe abetunwe yaze ti mo yin ko do to we lare okona ma we ni da onyine won ya ere no una so pa o ma mo le no iti we ni a ni wa kia e bo vi ebe ya no ya do to bi do omu na wa ida we re o ke ebe ni pa be re kuwe ki make money ne ogwe ma ya ki e o jari ma ere aya ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ so pé kẹ́wé gbèrè rí ọ bí a máa rọ̀ wẹ̀ ká yí gó làdìyàn òrìyè ní lópìà lọ́wọ́ yóò bọ́ ni wẹ̀ nígó náà gbọ́lọ́dẹ báyìí ya dòtọ̀ uyere bia mani aro wo magele de orire de una re rigo la de we gaya agbolu bia mani aro wo opiari magele gbolu nuwe ni ri dai we be man le de na ko de na keka wa ge wa ge ilo boy iyere no ye ayi re gbe so be kotu wa ye ko ga we ya wo ma no ki ebe no bo ma dia no ka mi master we master ri wo ne no ya do ki ekere owe ya wo ma no ki ni a we ke nu ma kwa yi e una da e na wa ri we ya ke we ona wo ye ona ebi ma oluwe o ona je ase o sa ba no la o unda e mi ma mu la de na okay kaka boy isi okowo te do we ohubowa le e a wo awon ohubowa so pe we eru no gbugbe ya guru onokpe ani no tamae igo gbenu aya ri uto tamae igo gbenu aya gbolu owi e mo bobo we ga yi mi ni ya so sewe itamae wa ni ya so sewe igba ba ti wa ni ya so sewe na to do me bibi ake ya gwa lotori etima wala o ijobo abiji ma yi wa ge bo ha me go sewe we de bae ni na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we enuwe no ade mo iya o yo kwa no we ni meje de na o ha me na di moto mu meti wa fie iwa fio awa no pa no be magme o ha mejo e ba mana mu ge ibota na se fo obe ki edo ya o fo gbo sagwa eyo wa ki maye wa iwi na jina oba atope ise
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Monday evening, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on yet another amazing episode of your ultimate rendezvous for guys on television. And I'm talking the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a unique show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where the needs of men are hardly catered for. You know, it's very important that you invest in yourself as a man, just so you'll be able to give out to everyone around you. The show comes up every Monday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. All right, now, tonight we have a very interesting conversation, something that borders on trust issues. Now, a lot of times we hear people talk about trust, right? You know, some people accuse you of not trusting them enough. So the question we're asking tonight is trust automatic or is it earned? Yep, it's a very interesting topic, and it's something that I'm very sure a lot of you out there are going to find really, really interesting. Well, I'm not alone tonight. I've got two amazing people, two people who are really not new to matters of this nature. First of all, to my far left is someone that ran away, but he's back now. You know, I guess it's not unsafe to call him a prodigal son. Yeah, he's one of the founding fathers of the Guys Hangout Show, and it's always a pleasure to have him on the show. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Harry. I think prodigal would be a far-reaching word. Yeah, okay. But again, it feels good to be here this evening. It feels good, really, to be here. I've missed it here. I've missed the audience here on the Guys Hangout Show.
I've missed you as well.
Yeah, so sometimes it's just like that. We have to pay attention to more things, but sometimes you just have to have a blend, like a popular politician will say, Inyendeba. So it feels good to be here, and it's a pleasure being here.
And of course, it's a pleasure to have you. And of course, seated next to him is someone else who, you know, has been away for a while, but he's back with us now, and he goes by the name of Osas Zabayo. Welcome on board, Osas.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great being here again. Though the last time I was here was on radio.
Okay.
The first time I'll be joining the Guys Hangout.
What was your experience on radio, though?
Wonderful, amazing. Very, very interesting, because back then you can just have fun behind the...
Yeah, behind the camera. I mean, nobody's watching you.
I'm telling you, but it was very interesting. So.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's going to be just as interesting tonight. All right, so let's get right to the business of the day. It's actually a very interesting conversation that we have before us. Trust issues. Now, I'm sure you guys can relate to, you know, the debates, or should I say the talking points around trust and trust issues, right? It's not uncommon to hear people say, because you love them, you should automatically trust them. So the big question we're asking tonight is trust automatic or is it earned? Because some persons would like to believe that just because you love them, like I said, you should naturally trust them. They don't have to earn it. You should love, love shouldn't exist without trust. As a matter of fact, love and trust go hand in hand, right? According to people in that school of thought. Do you share that school of thought? Let me begin with you, Benedict. Do you think trust is something that should be earned, or it's something that is just automatic?
Well, for me, for the fact that it is the word trust, for me there is no line, there's no room for it being automatic, as long as it is the word trust. It is captured in the right sense of the fact that you have to earn it. There is something that happens over time. Even in trusting, you have to take your time to trust. You have to allow people earn the trust, like
prove themselves.
Yeah, like I said to somebody the other time, I told him that you were able to hurt me more than I deserve because I trusted you more than you deserve. Right? Yeah. People, when you trust people more than they deserve, the chances are that they might not really treasure that trust, and they might just give it away at any slightest chance. But when you allow people earn trust, they learn the skill of protecting it because they earned it. I advise that as a guy, you learn the art of protecting your space. And the word friend, I see a lot of persons that anybody around, just because you exchange the phone number with somebody, you say the person is your friend. The word friend is a very, very big word. And then you see some other persons, you meet somebody, just within the space of weeks, the person has known everything about you, your past, your present, and your future. That is for me recklessness. That is for me carelessness. And so when we are talking about trust, in my own perspective, I feel that people should earn the trust. People should really get a measure of trust, because sometimes trust is not holistic at the beginning. it goes from one layer to another. I can trust
step by step.
Yeah, I can trust you on certain things, but in another thing I might not really. So because of that sequence that it takes, I feel it's something that people should earn.
All right, Zabi, what's your perspective to this? Do you think it's automatic? Do you think that people should be trusted simply on the basis of their relationship with you?
Okay, so for trust, there are two phases to it.
Okay.
If you want to live a very simple, easy life, safe life, let people in their trust. But if you want to go very far, like very, very far, remove any. Just trust your God.
Just bestow trust on people, irrespective of whether they earn it or not.
Because there's this certain adage about how before you allow people in, have a certain knowledge of what they can do and who they are and all that. But I believe that if you really want to, I'm trying to coin it, not to.
If you have to apply that rule to everyone, then you won't have anybody in your circle.
Thank you. So in fact, that's the point I want to try and hit on, because if you want to be very safe and make everybody in their trust, like before this person comes into my space, before this person comes into my circle, I'm trying to see what this person can do, if he's going to hurt me, how he can hurt me. That is how trust is built actually.
Yeah.
So in that particular moment, I'm trying to weigh and see how this person, his capabilities, his weak points, his anger issues. So at that moment, I understand everything there, I not trust the person. So in that phase, I know where to hurt the person or where the person can hurt me, and I'm trying to avoid all that. So trust, that is how trust builds, understanding and knowing people. That's why love is just a byproduct. Trust is a byproduct of love.
Okay.
Because when you love somebody,
you trust
just comes with it. It's just like one of the backpacks in love. So because you've known the person, you understand the person. But if you really want to go far, like most businessmen, entrepreneurs that go far, if you want to start banking on trust so much, you will not really go far. So
that's you taking it to the business angle.
Business angle, life angle, and all that. And in fact, relationship. There are most relationships that have started and this person throw trust out of the window. Like, let's just see how it goes. But there, like I said, there are two ways about it. It might end well, it might not end well. If it ends well, it ends very well. But if it doesn't end well, it doesn't end very well.
Okay.
So most of them might not be alive to see that it ends well.
Oh, okay.
But if it ends well, you're going to enjoy the ride. So that is one thing about trusting your guts. And then it's like you trusting yourself, trusting your gut, instead of relying on trusting the person. Now I trust myself. Do I want to do this? So that's how I see it actually.
All right.
So there are two areas.
Fair enough. Benedict, Zagri's perspective sounds really realistic. He tends to look at it from a realistic point of view, whereby he's saying that, you know what, if you're going to judge everyone based on their level of, should I say, credibility, you might end up not having anyone in your circle. And of course, the area that he mentioned is one that we are very much familiar with. You are a businessman, so I'm very sure you can relate to that. So what's your take to it?
The thing is, I quite understand what Zabi is trying to say, but there are extreme for me to his submission, because when you're talking about, for example, you just love and he talked about trust being a byproduct of love. I quite disagree with that, because you can love somebody without trusting the person.
Is that possible?
It's possible.
Like, you think it's practical?
It's possible. No,
okay, explain. Throw more light on that. Okay.
Yeah, you can, for example, I can meet a lady, and maybe because of how, on the basis of certain parameters, I can fall in love with her. For example, they say you fall in love, right? So, but that may not necessarily mean that I trust that she can do this, I can depend on her on this. That may not necessarily mean that I trust that she isn't cheating on me. In fact, the people that are so much in love are being cheated on most, because love has a way of blindfolding them from taking account of certain things. You understand? Even when the red flags, even when the traces of that is supposed to be checked, because this trust or lack of trust is checked for sometimes, especially for those in love, because this is the guys hangout show, and I know there are a lot of especially younger guys out there that they are butterflies, you know, the kind of butterfly love and all of that. So this might just be a knowledge for them that yes, you can love, for those who believe that you can fall in love, I know that with age, a lot of you will understand that you don't necessarily need to fall. You need to stand. But again, that is
that comes with experience.
With experience. So you can fall in love, you can love. But the fact that you love, for me, I believe that love should even, real love should be a byproduct of trust.
Okay.
Yes. Because the reason why we have problem in our generation, people jump into marriages, jump into things they don't understand without taking account elements that makes marriage work. And the elements that makes marriage love is not necessarily love. It is trust, it is respect.
Okay.
Right? And communication. Then if that is what makes marriage or relationship work, then it means that those things are as powerful as love itself.
Okay.
Right? So that is it. Then again, talking about the area where I agree with him in terms of business, because if you want to really do much in terms of business, you have to deal with people who are available. Sometimes you don't need to trust them. What you do, like he said, you trust your own girls. You create a system and trust your system. And so anybody you are bringing in works within that system. So you don't necessarily trust the individual, but you trust your system. Because if the person is this or that, the system will fish out the person. If we have been able to create a strong and dependable system for that. But even at that, when you are applying for the job, they will ask you to bring a reference, 2 references. And this person they ask you to bring are trust currencies.
Like guarantors.
Guarantors, yeah, that is the word, guarantors. These are trust currencies. And when they vet these persons that you are bringing, it is on the currency of these persons, because this person has been proven over time. They even give you specification that the person sometimes must be a director so and so place, or must be so and so, because it takes a level of pedigree to become a director there. So if that person can be a director, it means there is an element, there is an account of trust that he has earned over time. So on the basis, on his own currency, you are not being trusted. Not necessarily. So what I'm trying to say, that even in that sphere, trust is still being earned, either directly or indirectly.
Okay, trust is being earned either directly or indirectly. Now, how does, this question goes to you, Zabi, how does trauma, psychological traumas, determine your level of trust for someone?
Of course. So when we talk about trauma, we deal with a lot of memories. In fact, it comes from memories, good, bad memories. So psychological traumas usually come from bad memories. So looking at where we are right now, Africa and Nigeria in particular, where therapists are not really very common. And there's no much publicity for persons to visit therapists and all that. So many persons are working with trauma, working with psychological issues that are left untreated, and they just take it from one relationship to another. So that's why you see in a relationship a girl that's gone through a traumatic relationship, and then she's in another relationship. And then the new guy just comes in and does a dance step. The dance step triggers a memory that she has with the previous relationship of her with her ex having that same dance step.
Something as basic as a dance step.
Something as basic as a dance step, and then it triggers trauma. So this is where trauma has to be treated. So I think this is another campaign for treating trauma and mental issues. But if you're not properly healed from issues of maybe past issues that led to trauma, you're just going to continue. You're going to continue taking it to the next relationship and the next relationship. And then, if this, like I keep saying, every man has his flaws. In fact, every man has one side that he's struggling with. Even a pastor has something he's struggling with. Most persons will shy away from that. So, if you not see one particular flaw that is actually supposed to be common or normal, it becomes a trigger for you, and then you start saying all men. So that's why that's where the hard statement comes in. All men are the same.
Men has come.
All men has come. All men are the same. And did you try all of them? No, it's just a few of them that you just saw the same issue, the same trend, and then not that they are totally bad. Just one particular flaw. Maybe this man doesn't does his shoe before he enters the house, and then the whole house is dirty. That triggers trauma. So I believe these areas, and this totally goes away from trust actually, because at that particular moment, the person just does something little, and then distrust comes in. Even if this is the best person for you, even if he treats you right, I think a popular artist says 99 good plus one bad makes you a bad person. So just that one bad, the distrust totally comes in, and then you forget the 99 times that you had good experience. Okay. So that is how trauma works, and I believe that you just have to increase campaign for mental health issues, treatment of traumas and all that, which is totally in the blue in this side of the world.
Well, in case you just joined us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on Independence Television, and tonight we're taking a look at trust issues. Is trust earned or is it automatic? Now, I would like to ask you this, Benedict. What do you think? Let's look at the patience factor. Okay, do you think patience is relevant in this discourse that has to do with trust and trust issues? Because a lot of times we tend to judge people before we even get to know them. So what role do you think patience plays in this?
Well, because I believe strongly that trust should be earned, and so I also have to prioritize and give a place of pride or a place of dominance to patience. Because if people will earn the trust, it means that I have to give them time to earn it, right? So I have to give them time to earn the trust, and if I have to give them time, one element that is key is patience.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to give people time.
But the question is, how much time is enough time? If we are talking patience, if we are talking about giving people enough time to prove themselves, how much time do you think you could possibly give someone to prove themselves?
I think that is not cast on stone. Okay. It differs with individuals.
And it's based on discretion?
Yeah, on discretion, and also with the person that you are dealing with. Okay. You might be lucky sometimes to find somebody who is great, a fast learner, who adjusts easily and all of that. But I think in building that trust, the first thing you look at is loyalty. Because until people are loyal to you, they cannot earn trust with you. Yeah, betrayal always comes with lack of loyalty. For example, if I'm working with Zabi and I am loyal to whatever we are doing, and I am loyal to the goal, the shared goals and everything, the chances are that I will not easily betray him because of loyalty. And then if, for example, I just have to start with the business aspect. Then if, for example, between a lady and a guy, if I am loyal to the lady, there's that level of loyalty, and she is also loyal to me, I think the chances are that over time, trust will be built fast.
Okay.
So that is why I say the first...
In other words, you're saying that loyalty builds trust.
Yeah, the loyalty actually is the first thing you look at. As you are building trust, you look at loyalty. Because if they don't show that sign of loyalty, the chances are that trust will be a scarce commodity in that relationship, whether a business relationship or a relationship between a man and a woman. So when we are talking about how much time is enough, it's not cast on stone like I said earlier, but patience. Because sometimes one of the things that life brings people to you to teach you is patience. There are some of us that are short fuse, for example. When God sees that you are short fuse, and God sometimes wants to deal with that issue with you, He brings somebody who is so much, who is a lot around you. And then if you can manage that person, automatically you are not just making that person better. You will find out that over time you have become a better person.
Okay.
That is why you see that men that are married for 10 years, for example, after 10 years of marriage, single ladies always seem to be attracted to those men. Let me tell you why.
Why?
Yes, single ladies actually seem to be attracted to men that are married maybe after 10 years, after 15, 20 years.
Because they have an experience with women.
Single ladies actually, the reason is that when you make comparison between your single guy and this guy and the married man has learned patience with his wife. The married man has learned to take nonsense, that nonsense that your single guy does not take. This married man has learned the art of taking nonsense. He has learned the art of being patient, because his wife is a lot. They are trying to get ready to go to church. The wife woke up by 5 a.m. The man woke up by 6:30. He will still get ready before the wife and be waiting for the wife. They will quarrel for some time, but after some time, the man will just learn that this is woman for you. And for us to have peace and for us not to spoil our Sunday every day, I have to be patient. So naturally, the man will adjust and learn the art of patience in order to deal with his wife. And so with that, because of that, there is something that has shifted in the man, in as much as he has worked on a woman, but something again positive have also happened to the man. That is why you see that young ladies sometimes seem to, beyond the financial, because the older a man becomes, the older sometimes the more successful the man becomes. So young ladies, they also like successful, they attract to success, and then again there are traits.
Okay.
There are traits. For example, Zabi is married. The way those days when he was not married, when we rode together, the way he handled issue then, for example, when he arrived in the studio, he just called me that I'm here, and you could see from his voice there was no agitation, there was no tension, because over time he has learned patience. He has worked with a woman closely for a long time. So you can see a Zabi that is now patient, that is now enduring. So that is what it is, patience. Not really time bound, but again, just be patient. Over time, it can work.
Thank you so much. We're actually pressed for time now, so as we begin to wrap up, I would like you to respond to this, Zabi. Betrayal. How does betrayal ruin trust?
Okay, so betrayal. How does it ruin trust?
Yes.
Okay. I already have something that I was already planning to say.
Okay.
But betrayal would always find a way to ruin trust. That I would not blame the person actually betraying. I would blame the person that actually trusted.
Really?
Yeah. So I think now let me now go back to what I was planning to say.
Okay.
Yeah. So in this life, I would advise don't trust anybody. Trusting somebody.
Now you are sounding like Tubaba.
Trusting somebody.
I know you can't trust somebody. You have to trust someone.
And giving to the person.
Okay.
The only person you should give that gun to is the spouse. The only person that can actually betray me right now is my spouse. That's it. Not my kids, not my parents, nobody should be able to betray me, because when you're interacting and working with persons, you should always have
boundaries.
Not just boundaries. In fact, don't have boundaries, but always analyze everything you see and hear. Everything you take in, analyze it. There should always be, okay, if you're working with somebody, there should always be a plan B and then a plan C. There should always be contingency, because nobody should be trusted. If push comes to shove, everybody wants to save their head.
Sure.
So
it's every man for himself.
So save yourself from betrayal. I believe this is what is taught to most of these guys in the forces. You don't trust the next person standing next to you except your brother. You understand? So to avoid every form of betrayal, don't trust anybody. I believe we're all talking about trust.
Yeah, sure.
Don't trust anybody.
The truth is that betrayal does a lot of damage to trust. In fact, sometimes it goes beyond the person that even betrayed you. But again, betrayal is also an important teacher, because it teaches you. Because like what Zabi was trying to say, I learned that very late. Because before somebody will betray you, there will be traces to it. People don't just wake up to betray. You will see disrespect. You will see traces. So analyze those traces and deal with it before it gets to the big
analyze
issues.
Those traces, deal with them, and ensure you tackle them before they become a monster that you have to start running helter-skelter in order to conquer. Well, it's been an amazing show tonight, and I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Benedict Ochagu, and of course, Zabayo Osas. It's been a very interesting conversation, and I'm sure those of you out there that have been watching have been taking notes, because there's a whole lot to learn from what they've said so far. Now, should trust be given to people without earning it, or should it be earned? Well, I guess that's left for you to answer. My name is Harry Agboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a lovely night rest. Bye for now.
ITV ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the Toro Cultural Princess Quebec. On the other side, we have the Gymnastic Boys. Gymnastic Boys, we don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know what we are going to do with the second floor. This is the Toro Cultural always.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Hallelujah.